program here. So today, I'm just going to do an overview of dystonia and kind of set the stage. Well, maybe more like set the table for these wonderful, beautiful courses that are going to be coming, delicious courses that are going to be coming up throughout this morning. And we'll have, we're going to have Mickey, as always, speaking, Purva, and you have your handouts in front of you. And for those on Zoom, hopefully we can see our agenda. And then Michelle from British Columbia will be speaking. Patrick will be doing the video again, and then Jamie will be doing our yoga in between, and then Joan will speak, and then we'll have a great lunch, And in the afternoon we'll have some patient interaction with Jason discussing the new survey that's been done to get your voices be heard about the details of dystonia, and then Mimi will do a presentation on her nervous system regulation, and then for everybody that's open or just to be have some dancing instructions about Rob Sutherland, which is always really fun. So is it okay, Mark?
Yeah.
Good deal. So, what in the world is dystonia? There's people, as Michelle will talk about later, that he deals with some people throughout the world, that have dystonia. And yet, if you ask most people, what in the world is dystonia, most often most people will say, well, what in the world is dystonia? Is it dystonia by the northern European country Estonia? And kind of, although when you think about it, it'd be kind of fun to be the employee at the Dystonia Foundation there, and she'll be answering the phone. So they'll say, ciao, it's the Dystonia Foundation, which would be really fun to answer a phone out like that all day. But and hopefully there's somebody in Dystonia watching today, because people throughout the world and in the country they're on Zoom today, so that's great. But for those here and those on Zoom that have dystonia, you don't need a definition. Dystonia is what you personally are coping with day to day, minute to minute, throughout your life, that is unique to you. There's as many different characteristics of dystonia as there are people that have dystonia, and so it's a unique process. But to you, it's like this unwanted monster that comes into your home, which is in your head, and into your home and refuses to leave. And so you're left with having to cope with this, or as Patrick said last year, to learn to dance with the dragon, and to carry on. So, but the reality is that the medical world needs this definition because they need guidelines. There's so much misunderstanding and lack of education about dystonia. That it truly, it's unfortunate, but it's really often just a few minutes passing information in medical schools about what dystonia is. So people are left with this vision of what they think dystonia looks like, and as a result, they often will cast people aside, think, well, you don't look like what I think dystonia should look like, even though they realize that the way they have to realize that there's a huge variation, such as the tremor. So often, as you know, people with dystonia have tremor, but the good portion of people, even neurologists, will often say, well, that is an essential tremor of the head, if the head is shaking back and forth. But it's a very characteristic type of tremor with dystonia, and most people don't realize that, so they'll end up pushing a person off to one side and say, maybe you have Parkinson's, or maybe you have a essential tremor, rather than recognizing the character of the dystonia, tremor with dystonia. And often confuses people that when your dystonia can build up, such as near neck or other areas, it can overflow at times when it's at higher intensity to other areas of your body, and that confuses people too. And so so as a result, people go through their, do their primary care docs, and most of the time it's not diagnosed. They're sent off or given misdiagnosis, or sent to a neurosurgeon to have a fusion, or it's all the terrible things that can happen to people. And then until they finally see that, either through their own diagnosis, sometimes people make their own diagnoses, not too uncommonly. But often you got one person, maybe an occupational therapist or physical therapist, will recognize it, and that's that magic moment when someone says, "I know what you have," and suddenly the light changes, and we have even get treatment. But so many people in that field too is a lot of misunderstanding. Today we have truly the world's experts in physical therapy and dystonia that are speaking with us today, that we're very fortunate to have, but most people aren't as lucky to be able to see them. But we have availability online if you do. So what is dystonia? What you can see, the core pathology of dystonia is this brain maladaptive plasticity that causes this excessive energy that flows out to one part of the body or all over. And it's with regulation, like you need a regulator, stuck in your head someplace to regulate that flow. And people just take for granted that we should have the right amount of energy is flowing to every part of our body. And you'll hear this word this plasticity a lot today, because we have in each one of our programs each year. But it's it's going to be the key, one of the key elements, and we're going to get into what do we do when we're doing physical therapy or exercises for dystonia. How do we change the brain? But sometimes that plasticity can go wrong, and maybe it's from a different. Often we don't know why it happens really, but it could be a genetic predisposition. Many people. Could be physical traumas, emotional traumas throughout life. Something triggers that disturbance to produce the wrong kind of plastic change in our brain to produce this overactive energy. So the point that you, instead of a nice flow of energy to one part of the body, you get this river of energy. And so you can think of it like that you have this nice energy to all parts of the body that we totally take for granted. Every one of us can move our fingers just right, our eyes just right, our neck just right, and we release just the right amount of acetylcholine to every muscle. But in this situation, all of a sudden with this process, there's a whole energy flow that it goes in excessive area to one spot. And our goal of treatment is to try to bring that river back down to a stream, to try to bring it into more alignment. and that's depending on what the brain decides. Again, we don't know why this happens, but whatever the brain decides to send which muscle to go to, in the case of focal dystonia. So it could be blepharospasm with involuntary eye movements, mandibular movements, jaw closing, jaw opening, the laryngeal movement with the voice box, so the person can't get their voice out because their vocal cords are so tight. Or in the most common, the neck it can go in so many directions. We have 50 muscles in our neck, and all depends on which muscles your brain decides to send that energy to. That it can be backwards or sideways or rotation, or a combination of all of those. Then the very fascinating limb dystonias that come on with repetitive motion during different occupations, or musicians that have done this motion millions of times over many years, and they start developing involuntary movement whenever they pick up their instrument, or a person picks up a pen, and the brain sends an overactive impulse to that area. And we've gone over these more in detail in the previous years, but we'll just an introduction of all the different types of people here and people at home are experiencing with in different combinations today. So what is actually happening? So we can think of that imbalance as the balance between the accelerator and the brakes. So we should have, like any vehicle, you should have a balance between putting the accelerator on and the brakes on, so just the right amount of energy is coming out. And we'll hear from Michelle, especially Dr. Fry discusses often the effect of the prefrontal cortex, in the brain that helps regulate that outflow to the muscles. And you can think of it like a teeter-totter or a balance that you're having a certain amount of inhibition of kind of controlling the energy or facilitation. So it should be just the right amount. But if you lose your inhibition and you're having too much, so you end up with having too much weighted facilitation, you get an overactive impulse going to the ear muscles. And the idea is, how do we bring that inhibition back into more of a balance? One way is wonderful. If we could figure out how to make it last, is a sensory trick. That suddenly the brain says, "Oh, there, now we figured it out," and it brings it back into balance. And our goal is, how do we somehow with therapy bring this back into balance? But it's nice if you can discover your sensory trick, if that's possible. Not everybody's fortunate to have one, but so often people just notice it by chance. So if they can touch their face at just a certain spot, close one eye. Sometimes people use weighted vests on their shoulders and say, "Oh, that turns off my dystonia." There have been people who have had very specific type of music that they listen to that somehow produces the feedback that helps settle down the dystonia. We hear this often, with Mickey and about the whole idea of the eyes following the finger, and that can somehow puts that feedback mechanism in. We've had people that have had tremendous control with this amazing thing by just balancing something on their head. They start with a big heavy book, and eventually they get maybe just a little bit of keys, but they have to actually balance on their head, and it suppresses their dystonia. But these are all things that people just sometimes just come by chance. And a real nice lady last week who said that, this is a pretty bad dystonia, but she just noticed that when she put her arm up on her other shoulder, that helped out good. And the dystonia got turned off for a while. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen real long. Mickey's talked a lot about KT taping, that stretchy tape. Sometimes you can find just the right spot, but a KT taping on that can produce that sensory feedback. So they're all wonderful things. Unfortunately, often doesn't last very long, and it's hard to do it continually. So what do we have for medical treatment? We're not going to talk a lot about medical treatment today because we've done it in previous years. I think we're going to come back to that again next year because we haven't done it for a few years. About the treatment of in medicine for dystonia. But we have the botulinum tox injections that I'll mention, the oral medications such as tizandine, baclofen, clonazepam, Artane. I didn't put it up here, I thought I had, but there's another supplement called Serentin. Serentin it's Serenentin, that actually can have a similar effect as the benzodiazepines, like clonazepam. And we see there's people in the audience that have recognized that supplement seems to help suppress some of the energy by relaxing some of the brain activity. In desperation, at times we have to end up with surgical treatments. But today we're going to talk more about the mindset. How do we change our brains on our own, plasticity through physical therapy and the mindset? Let's mention a few words first about botulinum toxins. Now we have 5 different toxins. We've had Botox, Xeomin, Myoblock, Dysport, and Daxxify. Now will be coming up soon. And this is evolved over the last century. And when it was first discovered in the 1890s, when the whole village died from botulism, from eating spoiled sausage. In fact, botulism, the word comes from whatever language it was, meaning sausage. And because these people, and they recognized that there was some type of toxin in there. And since that time, it's evolved to be in the military chemotherapy type of a possibility that fortunately has evolved again to a medical term, medical use. And so it's first began, that experimentally, years and years ago in the 80s, but it was finally approved for use in the world about 1990. This is about when I first started treating people with botulinum toxins with Botox at that point in 1990. And since that time, we've had many indications throughout the body. And since that time, Dysport was approved, and then we had MyoBlock in the early 2000, and then Xeomin and Dysport were approved in the United States. It took about 20 years for Dysport to go from Europe actually into the United States, and then and now we have in the next few months we'll have Daxxify available, and these all work pretty much the same. You know, we inject we inject the medicine into the muscle. The botulinum toxin attaches to the nerve, where this stream of overactive energy is coming down, and then it goes inside the nerve, and then it blocks these docking proteins are called in a different way from MyoBlock or Botox, and results in a blockage of the release of acetylcholine. And in every nerve in our body, we have this acetylcholine being released miraculously, just the right amount in every muscle that we have. And if we can block that we can cause paralysis. You know, it's true. We don't want that. You know, but in the condition of botulism, we're using huge doses of this chemical. It's, you know, it can actually paralyze a person. But we know now through all these, you know, decades of experience, just how much to use this in a very small amount to release just the right amount, bring it from that overactive state, try to bring it into that normal level without bringing it to the under level, try to bring it to where it should be. And that's just the art of this. You know, it's kind of because of that, we hate to even use the word toxin, because to some people, they say, oh, you shouldn't be putting that toxin in your body. It's just, it's really bad for you. Well, every medicine we have has a toxic level. You know, in any oral medication that we use, you know, there is a toxic level, but it's not. It's a matter of bringing that toxic level into the medication level that's well controlled, and so it becomes a gift rather than a poison. So, but that all comes to figuring that out is just the art. That's why it's always discouraging when some people have given up on the botulinum toxins because they didn't get a good response, or they got overweakness or different, because this is not something that's just a science where you just flip a switch and just stick it in there and it works. You have to figure out exactly which muscle to put in, and to know by feeling it, to looking at a person, and you just get a feel for where that energy is coming from over the years. The EMG guidance is often really important to figure out which muscle that medicine should be in, and then by judgment to know how much to put in each one, and then to know how often to treat it, kind of, you want to try to catch it before it gets totally worn off, and then decide which type of toxin. We just saw we had 5 different types, and it's like everything else in medicine, one just seems to work better than other in many people. So if people come in and say, oh, Botox just didn't work for me, I'm not done with that. Well, sometimes you just need to find an alternate, because we have other types like Xeomin that has less, it's been more purified, and so it has, you know, the proteins filter off, and it's less immunoreactive. And for some people here in this audience, it's really been the miracle for them. Often helps prevent some of the Botox flu that some people have had with Botox, where they get the injection and they kind of feel this flu-like feeling, achiness all over. Often by just taking that protein away, it seems to help. And sometimes it just works better. Dysport's been in the world, again, as long as Botox, but it may have a little longer duration. And so we have many people that use that with a little higher dosage often to kind of get it to last longer. MyoBlock works a little differently, so some people just don't respond to Botox or botulinum toxins type A will respond well to MyoBlock, and it has maybe some additional benefits for pain control. So sometimes we'll say, okay, let's try that medicine. But the whole idea is to be resilient and recognize that not everybody is the same, you know, to find the right one. And now today's world, in the next few months, we'll have Daxify available. It's been years we've been waiting for this. It has been studied very well for a long time. It's proven its safety and effectiveness. But the big difference here is, again, this one also does not have the accessory proteins, kind of like Zeaman, and doesn't have the animal compounds in it that's important to some people. But a big thing, it has this positively charged particle that's been attached. That's the big difference. And this is like taking a magnet and attaching it to steel. It just sticks really good. So it has that positive charge as they sticks to the negatively charged neurons, so that the end bundle here, so it sticks to the receptors more firmly to get more medicine in, and thank goodness it seems to actually cause a longer duration effect. So it may last for months. We don't want to wait to the point that's totally worn off, of course, but in general, people have been able to get re-injected every 16 to 17 weeks instead of just 12 weeks. Now, what's really valuable about it is not so much the people that are responding well every 3 months, but for so many people that just can't make it that long. And the insurance companies don't understand that. Oh, you have to go every 12 weeks, and that's it. Well, no, the human body is different from person to person, and some people need that treatment earlier. And but they're wearing off, and then they have to suffer often for weeks before they get their treatment. Another period of time before it kicks in again. So you might have a whole month sometime where people are not getting adequately controlled. So the whole idea here is if we can, for those particular people, if we can use a medicine that will have a longer duration, they can go on that nice and smoothly without going up and down, on and off. So, it's going to have a real benefit for a number of people we'll see over this next few months, And but going back to what we're talking about today, this how do we change this overactive stream? But this is kind of a simplistic diagram that we often talk about, the basal ganglia sending down the whole excessive energy. But in reality, as you hear about from the presenters today, this is a network. It's not just one part of the brain. It's it's a number of other parts of the brain all together that are interacting, that are producing the whole constellation of symptoms of dystonia. And that's why it confuses people. Some people sometimes, because people say, "Yeah, I have dystonia, but I also have migraine and fibromyalgia, and I have depression and anxiety and balance problems." Well, this is a network. So when this affects the human brain, many other symptoms do arise. And we've had other discussions in the past. Last year, we talked a lot about depression and anxiety that happen not because they're depressed, they have a disorder. There's actually neurochemical changes in the brain with people with dystonia that can cause problems with increased migraine more than the general population, and more depression and more anxiety disorders, fibromyalgia, and balance issues. We'll hear a lot about that today. Again, that's people say, "I don't understand why I have such trouble with balance. I just have a neck problem." Well, it's all interrelated. And Mickey next is going to talk quite a bit about that, about the importance of how this is directly related to dystonia. So this is all we come out to neuroplasticity. We'll hear a lot about that word again today. But neuroplasticity, how do we change the human brain? The brain has this inherent capacity to be modified. It's not a strict cement structure inside our brains. It's really a dynamic, moldable electrical pattern that allows us to be able to learn, to adapt, to change, to recover with the right trigger activity. Because it can go either way. It can either get better or it can stay as is. And it all comes down to what experience the person has to make it better or worse, to change one way or the other. Like Mickey has said in the past, you get very good at doing the movements associated with your dystonia. And so it's like a musical instrument or a sport. If you do it countless times, and you get really good at it. It's hard to break that pattern. So it's how do we change it from that bad plasticity, aberrant plasticity, back to the good plasticity? And I always want to bring this up every year because it's so important. You can't just think about your neck. You can't just stick a needle in there and think everything's going to be better. You have to think about your whole body and your whole mind. Mens sana, corpore sano. You're a healthy mind, a healthy body. The healthier body you can be, the healthier mind will be, then the healthier brain will be, and as a result of that, the better your dystonia can be controlled. So we have to think about the whole thing, and how we do that in part is good lifestyle management. And we'll come back to this list in a minute again, but number one on every list, whatever condition you have, basically is exercise, something that moves your body. And people often don't think about that their exercise is not just your muscles. When you're moving your body, you're actually feeding back to your brain. We'll come back to these other things in a minute, because this is for anybody, not just dystonia, for anybody with the brain. And that includes just about everybody. Maybe some politicians, maybe not, but for most of us, we have that brain. And and as you move, you release these chemicals that trigger the brain to form BDNF, the brain derived neurotrophic factor that produces more nerve cells, like my tie, with those neurons that start developing, and the rewire. That's a big word. It help to rewire the brain for better movement control, better memory control, preventing some of the aging effects of the brain. Crucially important for every single person to making exercise part of your daily life. But to do that, you have to have the mindset that this is what I need to do. You have to and you have to have the positive attitude. People think, oh, that's just a thought, but there's been really extensive work done at Stanford on how the mindset, how you think, and your attitude and your being positive really does make a difference in how your brain works. It's not just a thought that passes through your head. It's actually it can produce epigenetic changes in how you're going to functions of your brain. So it's crucially important to have the right mindset for life in general. Positive thoughts, the mindset towards recovery, and mindset towards the right kind of exercise, and to cope. Last year a big part of our meeting was on coping, but you have to have the right mindset to go in that direction rather than not coping and getting worse. So the idea is, instead of being discouraged by physical activity, because often people they start doing exercise and, oh, that makes me worse or makes me sore. I just can't do that. The idea is to try to do it little bit at a time, no matter how small. It doesn't matter how small, but to do it small enough that you can slowly produce that challenge to the brain that then results in that neuroplasticity. And we'll hear a lot about that this morning. Just as our great mentor and inspirationalist, Tom Seaman, that we've heard before and we'll have again, says every step toward your goal is just as important as the goal itself. Never give up, never stop climbing toward your goal. And that's what we're going to be talking much about today. How do we get to that goal and how we do the next step? The next step is important. So just by being here today or being on Zoom, we're checking off most of these things in this list. Except for restorative sleep. I hope restorative sleep doesn't happen. Maybe somebody, it's okay. I don't know. Maybe with mine, with the others, you won't fall asleep for sure. But the exercise, of course, we heard about yoga. You'll be getting yoga today, so that's a great checklist. Restorative exercises, nutrition. John will talk about nutrition and just how important it is to maintain, the right type of food that goes into your body that improves your brain. Just by being here, the social interaction with other people And network connection has been shown in so many different studies to be a really important part of your brain function. And they've shown that with longevity and with the effects of aging, that our connection that you're having here today is a very important part of why we're having this program. And the reasons that we put this on every year is, not just to give information, but to try to get people together, to interact with people. So it's really valuable that people come here. And then travel. Travel is actually kind of important. Even if you don't go and travel, you should put it in your schedule. I'm going to go to Egypt next year, and then you don't have to go, just put it in your schedule. But whatever. But just being here and traveling here and doing travel, it gives you some projection to the future, and it kind of pulls people along. So we really like that. And then the mindset, again, we have to have that positive attitude. So, and then we have to, get ready and have to make that decision when you have something that's challenging in life, you have to make that decision. How do we respond to it? You've heard that many, many times. That it's not so much what happens to you, but how you respond to it. So here, we're going to be hearing today from our great presenters. What do we do for ourselves? How can we change what we do to get to a better life? Like Viktor Frankl says, our search for meaning. So thank you. And Jamie, you want to do our next phase? Thank you. Very much.
Wonder, Mark, do we really need this microphone? Do I need this microphone?
I think
Yeah.
Husband says yes.
All right. My husband says yes.
Yeah.
I've got good news for us. Guess what? As long as we're.
You can put it back on your.
All right. I've known Mark Ball a long time, like 25 years. So that's why we interact this way. Okay. The good news today is as long as we're breathing and feeling and listening to our body, we're doing what? We're doing yoga. So it doesn't have to be crazy postures. We don't have to balance in tree pose to enhance our balance or work on our balance. So we're going to do one tiny thing together. And if you can create space between yourself and the table and alternate angle, just a little space. You can remain seated for this one with both feet flat on the floor. Sit tall next. Maybe halfway out in your chair, but if it's more comfortable for you to be further back in your chair, that's okay. Never let your yoga teacher or instructors tell you how to move. You know best how to move. So if that instruction given to you is not best for your body, then what do? We adapt. So we'll come with our feet firmly planted on the floor, lift our crown skyward, sit tall as we can, and rotate the pelvis forward a little bit. I've got my hands on mine because it needs a lot of coaching. I'm going to rotate our pelvis forward a little bit. Sit tall. Next thing, as best as we can, let's imagine aligning our head on top of our spine. So let's find our mind's eye, and where would that be? And next, let's just invite a gentle chin nod or tuck, just a little bit. When we do that, the back of the neck becomes flat and the head aligns itself on the spine. All right, another good tool is a mirror, but we don't have that today. So we're going to do something fun. We have to come out of our shell to do it and put on our bravery cap. Okay, are you ready? We're going to make some sound together. And the sound is called we, and this exercise came from the Dystonia Medical Research Foundation. And the reason for it is because we're going to link our sound to our vocal volume and strength, right? It's really important to us to be heard in life and to be seen and to be heard. And so let's try this together. We're going to add to this, though. We're going to take our earlobes, cross your arms in front of your chest. If you can, if you can't, just take hold of the earlobes. We're going to take a big, deep breath in together through our nose And exhale, we're going to say we, just like we were on a roller coaster. Are you ready? So we're going to invite joy. Ready? Inhale. Exhale. Good job. We're going to do that 2 more times. Let's check our chin. Mine jetted out. I frequently check mine, and I do this. That helps me. We can imagine something soft here, or we can just invite a gentle nod. Some like to imagine an egg rolling off their head, but I think that could be quite messy. So I imagine a little nerve ball. Here we go. Inhale through the nose. Exhale. Good. One more time. Inhale through the nose. Exhale. Good job. So if you can do that one thing, the things we learned together today from all the speakers, take what speaks to you and just do them 3 times a day. Little baby steps can help with our neuroplasticity. So we don't have to create a huge routine that we go home with and have all of this homework. But can we do something we like here for 3 times a day? So there'll be more movement after this, after the next speaker.
My timer, so I keep track of everything.
Well, if you're not gonna motivate yourself like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a pocket? Here's a clip. Ready? Good. Right there. Go.
There we go. Do you have the? Okay. Got it. Hey, good morning. It's good to see you. I apologize. I have a cold, so I probably sound a bit nasal, but at least I'm here. I wasn't sure yesterday. Anyway, welcome. It's great to see you all. I know some of you, I don't know all of you, but it's lovely to see you. And I also would try and remember that we've got a Zoom thing going over there, and I have to not ignore that. So I'm going to talk a bit about balance today. It's always a topic that comes up for discussion because it's always a challenging thing. And we sort of talked about it a little bit in support groups. And so I thought I would do a bit more again here. So, the title that made me laugh was because I just had that Diana Ross song in my head, you know, upside down, you're turning me. So that's what I just kept on thinking in my head. So that's where the funny title came. I won't sing for you anymore, I promise. All right. So how do we balance, right? We just think that it happens, but it's really quite complicated. There's lots of interactions, different parts of our bodies that work together to keep us upright. It's a real work in progress. We're hardwired from babies to keep our eyes looking straight ahead. And that's called a writing reaction. So those of us who've done physical therapy spend a lot of time learning all of these writing reactions, and they get integrated as we get older and things work better. We also have tonic reflexes. We have a head on body and a body on head that kind of keep us letting our body know where it is in space. Your eyes provide a lot of important information about the environment, where you are you moving, are you still, all of those kind of things. And then we have our somatosensory system. We don't necessarily think of that being so much involved in our bodies, but every sensor in our body, in our joints, in our muscles, in our skin, to our nerves, sends information back to our brain to let us know how our body is positioned, and knowing where our position is in space, right? Because space is a big conceptual thing. We talk about rocks in our ears. Those of you who've had benign proximal vertigo will know more about this than others. But we have our vestibular system deep in our balance organs in through our ears and into our head that kind of help us stay focused and upright. It also tells your brain if you're moving in a straight line. It also tells your brain if you're going up and down and round and round. So it gives us that really vital information through this vestibular system. And it's kind of a cool looking thing, right? We've got the cochlea that looks like a snail. We've got the horizontal canals, posterior canals, and anterior canals, and they're to look like a butterfly. And we've got all sorts of nerve information that goes directly into your brain that gives you a lot of information. And if the fluids in the canals have these little particles in them, and if those little particles, like snowstorms, right, in your snow globes, if they don't settle in the right spot, then we get some really bizarre information. And those of you who've had that feeling of you do not know if you're up or down, you're spinning, you don't know what's going on. I had it recently, it wasn't much fun. So how do we pull it all together? I apologize, this is a really busy slide, but all of that information travels to your brain from all these different pathways. And it just helps your brain control the balance by using the most important information that it needs in the moment, right? It's a constantly on system. It's constantly giving new information, monitoring, adjusting, and adapting. Say in the dark, your eye information isn't so important. So we really need to know what's going on in the rest of our body. And that tells us where we are. And in my classes that I teach, we always do stuff with eyes and without eyes, because you never know if you're not going to have those visual cues for balance. So it's really important to practice without those too. All of that information goes to your brain stem. So thank you, Dr. Hogan, for your nice slide that showed everything heading down to the brain stem, because the brain stem is super important for balance. And that sends messages to our eyes, other parts of our body that just help us keep our balance and have clear vision, so that you can be confident you know where you are. So this is the big deal, right? Why is balance so difficult with dystonia? And we have to remember that dystonia is a movement disorder, right? It's not just that your neck is weird and it does funny things. It's a whole movement disorder. Your whole body, your whole brain responds differently than somebody who is neurotypical. So we know all of those parts of our brain don't play nicely together with dystonia. When my brain tells it to do something, it does it. But when your brain does it, can go all around the harbor and not come back and come with the same conclusion. So we know that the brain doesn't play nicely together. So if you're a left looker, a right looker, an up or down looker, so this is obviously more with somebody with cervical dystonia or a combination thereof, it will upset that vestibular system, right? Because that vestibular system is constantly monitoring where are you and what you're doing. And if your head is constantly being pulled in one direction, your vestibular system is going to send a lot of very contrary information to your brainstem, and then your brainstem has to figure it out. And if we had a tremor as well, oh my goodness, how many bits of wacky information are we getting? And so that starts to give you a feeling as to why balance is always going to be a bit of a challenge with dystonia. And so we also know with dystonia that we have issues with our sensory input. Our sensory input is different, right? It can take more time. It might not be the right information. And so we've got that system where we've got not necessarily great information coming in. So then how do we get great information coming out? How do we get a motor output that makes sense given the input that we had? So that's kind of that bad data in, bad data out sort of situation. So that's another reason why dystonia can really make it balance challenging. So it's multifactorial. It's not just what goes on in your brain, it's multiple systems, and it's also how well your body works as well. We know there are multiple pieces to the balance equation. So strength. Why is strength important for balance? Well, that's what makes your muscles work. It makes your muscles react. It makes us move. And we also know that as we get older, once we hit 40, we start to lose 1% of muscle mass every year if we don't do everything to offset it. So potentially by the time you reach the dizzy heights of 63, I could have lost 20% of my muscle mass or more. And I'm just weaker. So that makes a big difference in how well I balance. So staying strong is really important. And that comes back to Dr. Hogan's message that we don't get a buy for exercising if we have dystonia. Nobody gets a buy for exercising, but I think if you have dystonia, it's even more important that you exercise, because that's one of the few things we know that actually physically changes the brain. And if we don't change our brain, what are we going to do with this dystonia? We're stuck with it. So we got to challenge the system. So it doesn't as it slows down. If you don't challenge your system, if you don't keep asking it to do things that are a bit scary, then your will will become smaller, your movement patterns will become smaller, your ability to deal with your dystonia will become smaller. We also know that if you stop moving, you become less confident about moving, right? And so if we lose our confidence to move, then we do less and less and less, our will gets smaller, and we're kind of in a spiral of doing less, our balance is worse, you tend to do less because you're less confident in the world. You know, putting that travel on your calendar becomes much less attractive if you don't really want to go outside of the house, right? So we have to really constantly challenge our systems to get it to go. And again, this is our conundrum with dystonia. If you hurt when you exercise, if you feel that you move very well and you don't feel confident, you stop. And there we go. And I don't want anybody to do this. I don't want anybody to do this. So I'm going to do a little balance testing. You do not have to do this if you don't want to. Those of you who would like to try it, you can go ahead and do this. This is not a very this is a fairly safe balance testing thing. So those of you who'd like to try it, you can go ahead and stand up. And you need a little bit of room, so you can have your chair near you for balance if you need it, but we're going to do this. And this is for everybody, whether you have dystonia or not. This is a test it's part of the STEADY system through the CDC. And we're going to do a 4-stage balance test. All right, so I'm going to show you 4 positions. So we've got a position 1, are your feet together, all right? Position 2 is you're going to have your instep with your toe next to it. So it's kind of a staggered stance slightly. Position 3 is what we call a tandem stance. So that's with one foot in front of the other, heel to toe, like you're on a tightrope. Okay. So that's the people are already challenged here, right? And then the 3rd position is standing on one foot. All right. Woo-hoo. Okay. So we're going to do that one by one, and we're going to see if we can hold that for 10 seconds. And so let's start firstly, and I'll stay ready, steady, go. And I'll get my timer on here. Hang on a sec, so that I can time us. Come here. Modern technology. There we go. All right. So we're going to start with our feet together, standing tall. And I'm going to hit start. We're going to hold that for 10 seconds. You get to breathe. It's important. And you hold that for 10 seconds. Okay, that's 10 seconds. Everybody looked like they did pretty good with that one, right? Okay, next one we're going to try, and you can choose whether you have your right foot or your left foot in front. If I was doing this in the clinic, I would make you do it with both sides, because I like to see what's going on, because, you know, we always do what we find easiest rather than what's hardest. Okay, so are you ready? Off we go. Can you hold that for 10 seconds? Keep breathing. We'll talk about visual cues, but if it's helpful for you to look at something straight ahead, you can do that too. That's a bit of a cheeky cue, but there you go. All right, very good. We're all still standing. Next one, tightrope. One foot in front of the other. All righty. Are we ready? Off we go. And that one, I can see a little bit of swaying going on in the room. We did not start our day with anything other than tea and coffee. Very good. All right. And last but not least, we're going to see, can we stand on one leg? So ready, steady, go. Very good. Keep breathing, keep breathing. Breathing is super important in balance. We'll talk about that a little bit. Excellent. Well done. Okay. So if you can't hold any of those for 10 seconds, and we're getting increasingly harder, you can go ahead and sit down. Your risk of fall is increased, right? Your risk of falling is increased. And ultimately, this is why we get excited about balance. We don't want to fall over, because that's scary and we hurt ourselves, right? So if you didn't find any of those things easy, then you've got some work to do. So we're going to practice some balance activities. I do not have a boat and a fishing thing for you to practice. You don't worry, you don't have to do that. But we're just going to, again, those of you who want to participate. Those of you who don't have to. We're just going to start with some just basic standing balance activities to begin with. So if you want to go ahead and stand up, sorry, up and down. It's good. It's good exercise getting up and down. Good strength training right there. So the instructions said to have your feet about shoulder width apart. You can also have your feet hip width apart, which is right underneath your sits bones here. If you want to challenge yourself, you can have your feet close together. All right, and we're just going to start by connecting to the floor. And I can't stress enough the importance of knowing what's going on with your feet, because a lot of us don't know what's going on with our feet. We don't have good sensation. We don't have good muscles in our feet. I really like people to do things in bare feet if they can, because that's more information for your brain, right? So we've got our feet there. We're going to have our knees over our ankles. We're going to bring our pelvis right over those knees. I've got my pelvic bones pointing straight down. I have a dragon tail that's resting on the floor. My rib cage is right over my pelvis. I've got my collarbones open and long. I've got balloons attached to my ears, making my head and neck really floaty. And we're just going to stand there and breathe. You might feel a little swaying in your body. That's normal. That's how we adapt. And then we're going to go ahead and close our eyes, take away those visual cues, keep breathing. Now you can do a sort of trick here too. Even though you can't see, you can still pretend that you're seeing straight ahead and you can look at something in your mind's eye. Anybody find it harder with their eyes shut? Yeah, okay, go ahead and open up. Well done. All right. So we're going to go into ankle sways. And again, this is no skateboards, but we're going to have our feet. Again, you can choose to have your feet close together or a little further apart. Closer together is harder. We're going to have that feeling of tallness again. Really make sure you breathe, because the minute you hold your breath, you lose control of your intra-abdominal pressure, which is really what core is about. So holding your breath is really a problem for balance. So you've got to keep that breath moving. So we're going to go tall. Now, staying really tall, can you rock forward and can you rock backwards? Does that feel really weird? Because we're testing the limits of our reactions to loss of balance. So we're asking them to kick in. Can we go side to side? And if this is real, now, are you bending in the middle or are you staying tall? Can we get the reactions through the feet, through the ankles, through the knees? If you feel that you're soggy in the middle, and I did see some soggy middles, that was why I was saying that, is that then you're side bending rather than weight shifting. Because we're here, I'm going to move along to the next one rather than getting you up and down and do that. We're going to do circle sways. So we're going to go around in circles. Now, you can move as little or as much as you want. If you want to do this at home, it's real, and you're not sure about safety, doing it in a corner is really helpful, because then you've got some parameters for where the world is. And let's go in the other direction. Mary Poppins has come into town. The wind has changed. We're going in the other direction. That's it. Whee! And again, if I want to make this harder, I'll cross my eyes. I mean, cross my arms. If I want to make it harder, I would close my eyes. I would close my eyes too. I could cross my eyes as well if I want to. All of those things. It all adds another layer to it. So this is a pretty simple balance activity, but we can challenge ourselves quite a lot with it. All right. Well done. There's circle sways, and these are all in your handout. And I tried to make your handout big enough that you'd be able to read it, because I know sometimes I get handouts, someone's like, oh my God, what were they thinking? Okay, tightrope walking. So some of you will need some space, some of you won't feel safe to do this, but if you have some space and you want to do it. So we're going to imagine that we're on a tightrope, one foot in front of the other, heel to toe, and then can you walk? Can you heel to toe? And this might feel a bit wobbly. All right, if we want to make it harder, we walk backwards. Because we don't know where backwards is proprioceptively. That's a really strange space. We don't actually, because we can't see our back, we really don't know where it is. So you need to practice doing things backwards, because life expects us to go backwards sometimes. And if you've never practiced it, you get into trouble. Okay, and we do all sorts of fun things with this too. We can, we can do star balances on a tightrope. We can do all kinds of stuff. We can flat fly our arms. We can really challenge it. So don't feel like, oh, I've just got to walk on a tightrope. We have lots of different options. Lots of different things that you can do. All right. So how about walking with head movements? Because people with Dystonians say, I do that all the time. I'm always moving with head movements, right? So what happens if we think about walking and turning our head? How does that feel? The rest of the world learns how it is to have dystonia, right? We turn our heads. And can we walk backwards and turn our heads? Oh my goodness. But what about our eyes? We can use our eyes to help here, guys, right? So if you fix your eyes somewhere as you walk, that will help you stay in line. So I've got an imaginary spot on the wall. I did this before. I put little hearts all over the wall, but I haven't had a chance to doctor the room. But find something to look at and see how that feels. Or if I go the other way, how does that feel? Because those eyes are important. And also remember with your dystonia, if you're, go ahead.
So, like everyday life, when I'm not concentrating on doing that, I do it, but really having to focus on it. And
yeah. Yeah.
But like, I do this stuff every day, but sometimes.
Right. So we're just adding another layer into it, right? We're kind of bringing it into your consciousness, because we do a lot of things subconsciously because we practice them so much. So I'm just making it harder. So gaze compensation is important. So we can look to the right, and we can keep looking to the right as we walk. And then we can keep looking to the right as we walk. We can compensate with our gaze. And also remember with dystonia, particularly with cervical dystonia, because our eyes are attached to, so connected to our neck muscles, if you're pulled to the right, does it help you to look left with your eyes? Because that's going to fire up the muscles in the left side of the neck. And that might help too. So lots of tools that you can use. Visual cues are really helpful as you're turning your head, right? But I love this little owl. I thought he was very cute. So we can look and we turn. Toe taps. We don't have anything to toe tap on, but you can do this anyway. And the reason we want to do toe taps is one of the reasons we fall is because we don't clear our feet, right? We don't lift our feet up enough. We don't know where our feet are. And particularly if your sensation is not good in your feet, your strength is not good, then you don't do this. So at home, where you have a stair, practice doing some toe taps on the stairs every day, up and down. And you can do heel taps too. And you can do side taps as well. I mean, the variety is infinite, right? But what we're doing is we're challenging our bodies, we're asking them to do things differently and improve and getting different messages, different neuronal connections in our brain. And maybe we're snipping some of those ones that we could do without. I think that's really important. So that's a stool touch. How do you keep working on your balance? So many ways you can keep working on your balance. And there's a lot of community activities out there that are really good. Jamie's yoga is really good. We know there's actually a lot of evidence for Tai Chi and Qigong. There are community programs, there's Sail, there's Ortego, there's lots of different programs that are out there. But any program that you do should keep challenging you and should keep asking you to do something a little differently. And we just don't need to fall over. It's about not falling over. How much? So there's evidence for this, right? Minimum dose for effect is at least 50 hours of balance practice. How often? 2 to 3 times a week, at least 12 weeks. And you should practice a lot. And it takes really about 6 months to see a significant change in it. So we can change it, but we've really got to work at it, right? And the reason that we're and I haven't made this the focus of this, but really falling is the problem with our balance issue. And if we fall, then we hurt. So we don't want to do that. And that also in this conference. But there's the American Geriatric Society and the British Medical Association to develop a risk tool for falling. And if you take more than 4 medications, you have gait balance issues, visual acuity. Have you had your eyes checked lately? Even those dystonia eyes need to be checked. You need to make sure they're right. And I think it's really important with dystonia that your practitioners who are assessing your eyes know that you have dystonia, because I think that makes lens prescription a lot more complicated than it would be normally. And then neurological impairment, no, you guys don't have that. Muscle strength, heart rate, rhythm, postural hypertension, feet and footwear. And again, I come back to feet because if we don't think about them, they're just there. But a lot of us have feet that don't work very well. We have feet that are not very strong. We have feet that don't have good proprioception. Aside from neuropathies, if you never get out of your shoes, which there's a New Zealand osteopath, and what does he call them? It's a funny name for shoes, but just like basically they're sensory deprivation chambers. That's what he calls his core shoes. So, and again, walking without shoes can feel very dangerous, but it's actually great information. So make sure you're in a safe place to do it. Practice it on different surfaces. The more different surfaces you can add in, the better. And then environmental hazards, rugs. Rugs are terrible. People fall over in them all the time. Assessing. So these are just general risk factors. This is all in your handout, so you don't have to do this. But these are all risk factors for falling. Some of these will apply to you, and some of them won't. But collectively, the more of these points you have in there, the higher your risk is for falling. So we want to make sure that you're addressing things that you can address, so that you're not more likely to fall. Okay. Final activity. Stack your chairs. Are you ready? Lots of acknowledgements. They're in your handouts, so you don't have to worry about those so much. This is my new baby. This is my grandson, Big Jack, and he's 6 months old now. And he's got his brother Elijah, who chases him around like crazy, and so they're very busy. And if you have any questions, feel free to shoot me an email. I'm pretty good at getting back to people, so if you shoot me one, I'll get back to you. And then I put some more in your handout. We don't necessarily have all the time to go into it, so I'm not going to do it. But I just want you to be aware that it's there. Talked about why it happens, what happens. Short periods of dizziness. Talked about vertigo. Talked about spinning. And there was a great article in the New Yorker very recently. It was October 10th, which was called Why Dizziness is Still a Mystery. And it talks about balance disorders like vertigo. And it was a fascinating article, so I've linked it in your handout. If you get into the New Yorker at the beginning of the month and you haven't looked at too many articles, you can look at it for free. If you do too many, then they'll make you buy a subscription. But this is a really fascinating article by somebody who has had persistent issues with vertigo all her life, and some of the treatments that are out there, and some new approaches as well. So I thought that was a really interesting thing to do. Okay, thank you very much.
Jamie? Yep.
Okay, my friends, we're gonna continue on with that balance business.
So I'll give this to Jamie in a second, but also just so you know, we're gonna put up at the end, for most for people on Zoom, all the contacts of everybody so that you can connect with everybody later, because it's sort of important.
All right, I want to layer on top of that balance activity with a little more balance, and then later. I am gonna invite you to take off your shoes, so know that's coming later, maybe after lunch, okay? All right, so it's your option right now, if you would like to join in this activity standing or sitting, so it can be done both ways. And it was an activity submitted by one of our dear friends. I don't see her here though. Okay, we're gonna come sitting in our chair or standing behind the chair if you want to challenge yourself. If you're sitting in the chair, maybe come forward about halfway, feeling the feet, the ground beneath you. And if you're sitting in the chair, then take the knees out in the shape of a V, so you have some space for your abdomen. If you're standing, that's good too. So we're gonna come standing behind our chair with our feet wider than our hips. Particularly how well the room I want to up here. And we're gonna find and invite a gentle plie. And the pelvis, let's imagine a bridge, weighting the pelvis down. So it's not a squat with the glutes back and plie. And then let's take our arms, if we can, in the shape of a devil. If we feel more secure, we can keep one hand on the chair, we can sit, but we'll find this gentle plie, which goes out and heels in. Inhale, rise, arms upward. It's your option here, how far or how high they go. They could just come to the top of the head level. They could extend all the way up. You could keep them here, it's up to you. But we'll inhale, rise. Through the nose, exhale. Bring the elbows into the rib cage and imagine you're squeezing a pencil. You're moving lymph from armpits into the torso to be recycled. Find two more like this together. Then we're going to invite a gentle turn. Okay, this is for your chair, like you can. We're going to find this turn together with our eyes open or our eyes closed. So inhale, rise. Exhale, let's just turn to the left. And we will find a little squat this time. So the sits bones come out. Inhale, rise. Exhale, turn to the other way. If you're inviting your eyes to close, you could take one hand to the back of your chair. And we're pulling on the back of your chair, just pressing down lightly here. Remember, you can do the sitting. These are called moonflowers. Good, let's hold this position in the plie with the elbows tucked in, palms upward. This is called sun pose. You should be feeling a nice strengthening happening in your thighs, your quadriceps. Good. Inhale, take the fingertips down, shake out the legs, bring them right under the hips. Shake them out a little bit, extend fingertips down, pull the shoulders back and down. Standing tall, extend the crown skyward, creating space in the cervical spine. And reach and root down with the feet and the fingers, palms out. Good. Let's bring the palms together. Take them to the rib cage. Begin to press one thumb into the sternum at a time. Feel a balance between those thumbs and try to equalize the pressure between those thumbs. This is another way to come back to balance emotionally and to help with self-regulation. Have you tried to equalize the pressure between the thumbs? Excellent work. Bring the hands down, give a little shake, and come sitting. We're gonna take our food out.
Jamie.
Oh, yes.
Good night.
Okay.
We just switched the table. No, I think we're good. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. It's so nice, like everyone's getting to move, learn, and connect with each other. Perfect, support and connection happening here. So today, I'll be diving into the sensory motor training as Dr. Hogan and Mickey talked about more of the holistic lens, understanding how can you look at managing dystonia, working on different approaches to address the changes in dystonia. I'll be primarily talking more about sensory motor training, which will help you focus on rewiring the rhythms and better enhancing your motor symptoms. So before I start, a quick introduction about myself. I am Apurva. I'm a neurologic physical therapist and founder of Beyond Rehab. Beyond Rehab is a digital neuro rehab and wellness clinic, and we specialize in working primarily with individuals with dystonia, Parkinson's, and other movement disorder. And it's absolutely a pleasure to be here and share about my work. So as you're learning and understanding about the nature of the dystonia, dystonia is the hyperkinetic movement of spontaneous in nature accompanied by changes in the muscle contraction and posture. It comprises of both the motor and the non-motor symptoms. So it's really, really important to look at dystonia as a whole. We need to also look into and the consideration of non-motor symptoms like sensory changes, pain, fatigue, balance, which we just covered, and other symptoms. As Dr. Hogan was talking about the types of dystonia, based on the body region, the dystonia can be divided into different types. Focal dystonia is the most common one. It consists of cervical dystonia, writer's cramp, hand dystonia, and more. So based on the body presentation, this is a nice picture describing about the types of dystonia. So as more and more research is coming out, it's indicating that dystonia is linked to the dysfunction of complex neural network. There's a changes happening in the functional neural network, including the sensory processing, changes in the sensory motor connection, integration, and motor planning. So as we were learning before, that dystonia involves a lot of changes across the brain. It's not just one area which is affected in the dystonia. It's more of a network changes happening across, and it's also accompanied by changes in the regional connectivity, differences in the connectivity, and again, different types of dystonia have different contributions. So it's really, really important to look more at the broader lens, more at the bigger picture. And this understanding, this research gives us more deeper understanding that there's a wide window of opportunity to work on retraining the brain, focusing more from the pharmacological side and also from the movement practice. So this is a really wonderful way to address and manage dystonia as we get to learn about the changes associated with dystonia, not just the motor changes. So I'd like to quickly glance about our day-to-day movement, like how does that manifest? So as you know, like in order for the body to move, it induces different parts of the brain, right? From planning, initiation, and execution, different parts of the brain are involved in order to produce the movement. Similarly, as you were learning from Vicky before, like any kind of movement, like any kind of balance act, walking, carrying objects, involves a lot of sensory motor integration, right? From using the senses, vision senses, your proprioception, and other senses, they get relayed to the brain, get connected, get integrated, and then you get the motor output. It's a simplification of how the movement works. But irrespective of any type of movement, like be it just holding a cup of water or walking or dancing, there's a close harmony between the muscle and the brain working together to produce the motor output. So this helps us to use and understand how can we apply the similar guidelines, similar principles in our dystonia care. So a couple studies have been out highlighting, and also at times the initial cues have been noted as changes in the sensory symptoms, right from pain, discomfort, kinesthetic changes, indicating that there is some changes happening in the sensory input which might contribute to the motor output. So this is one of the other pictures describing just the changes in the various systems, that the visual input, changes in the sensory, vestibular input contributes. If there's slight changes in the sensory input, like the motor input coming, sensory input coming in, subsequently the motor output is impacted, and that may result in the changes in the muscle contraction. So it just highlights how the brain is connected, and slight changes in the input may contribute to the change in the motor function. And similarly, like as we discovered and we were talking about, like the use of a sensory trick. And this is when the sensory trick plays a big difference, because with the use of the sensory trick, you're changing the sensory input. You're enhancing the proprioceptive input, and which helps to minimize the motor activation, like the region where the motor area is activated, and subsequently helping you better enhance the motor output. So sensory trick has been really crucial in this way, because it changes your sensory input going in. Similarly, there's other studies highlighting the changes more specifically happening in dystonia, more from the sensory lens, and also looking at the different components where spatial and the way you're like coordinating, the way you're interacting with the environment, identifying your body regions. At times it's been altered. So the sensory aspect of dystonia is really crucial, because it helps you better enhance the sensory input, and at times temporarily correct the posture. So as you see in the picture, just the use of sensory cues around the cheek, using the balance like a block, changes the motor output, changes the posture, and it's true in different types of dystonia, right from cervical, the last picture is highlighting about the eye, the blepharospasm dystonia. So with the use of just the finger touch or the glasses, it changes the motor output, changes the overall performance. And again, it's temporary, so that needs to be considered, but understanding how the sensory trick interacts, it's helpful. So with this understanding and learning about how close the motor system, the sensory system interact, rewiring rhythm through the lens of targeted sensory motor training is really beneficial to help you facilitate the normal movement. And it happens in phases, right from focusing on reconnecting, retraining, re-engaging. So as you're learning and practicing with Jamie, that's like the first step. You want to start focusing on how do you prime the nervous system? How do you start making those simple changes? So this way you're ready to get more into the comprehensive piece where you're focusing more on targeted sensory motor training, which helps you better enhance your function and better improve the movement. There are different types of approaches which has been helpful in treating and managing dystonia, right from movement practice, sensory reorganization, training with constraint, neuromodulation with training, and other strategies. So it's just a good picture highlighting what all different interventions has been used in treating dystonia. So the first and foremost is, so I'll talk about the different phases, how the dystonia rehab program looks like. So starting from the priming the nervous system. Priming the nervous system is really, really important because it helps you enhance the brain's ability to better connect. It promotes the positive neuroplasticity, so connecting and starting right from optimizing your sleep, your stress, emotional health, exercise, nourishment, which you'll be learning today, is the first step in the process. So finding ways on what changes can you make in your daily routine and gradually advancing with it step by step. And also, at the same time, you also want to understand what's something meaningful, what's something joyful to you, so you can gradually integrate those changes in your routine. So when it comes to the training phase, there are different approaches which we'll cover step by step. So sensory motor training is being very helpful in improving the motor function. So how it works is primarily using the different external input, different external cues. So it helps you enhance your feedback, your proprioceptive input and motor output as well, and also using different learning strategies. So when you are encountering these type of training, all you notice that you're using different types of modalities, different types of targets through the laser light. You have different activities to be followed, and it all aligns with your symptoms, and it helps you better perform, better enhance the movement and minimize the changes associated with your presentation. So it's a combination of couple different strategies, but we need to make it more unique, more fun. And this is something how the training plan will look like. Similarly, exploring different types of movement in different positions. So for instance, if you experience limited mobility in sitting, exploring what are the different movement positions, movement patterns in different environment, and seeing how your body interacts, how your movement changes, and capturing those and finding ways of how can you repeat it, how can you reproduce it. It's important, and gradually looking into exposing movement with time, with practice. So there's a wide combination of approaches combined here, but the key goal is finding ways on how can we restore movement, the normal movement, using different positions, different sensory training components, like using weighted vest, using headband, like with a weight, or having different types of classes also at times are helpful. So it's a lot of exploration, understanding, and assessment. Sensory training, as you were noticing, every training approach is involving the piece of sensory training, integrating it with the motor training, and as well as doing it more separately, just to desensitize the nervous system, focus on enhancing the sensory input using techniques like different types of sensory discrimination tools, finding ways on how can you focus on identifying different texture, localizing different sensory input. So we do it in a couple different fashions. So at times, simply just starting with different texture and just rubbing it across the region affected and seeing how do you perceive it and how do you respond and how accurately are you able to locate it. And the last and the most important one is the graded motor imagery. It's one of the unique treatment program which helps you to activate different brain regions, and it also works on helping you expose to gradual activity. So it combines a couple different approaches, right from differentiating the left side versus the right, looking into imagining movement. So focusing on identifying what are the activities which you enjoy, which you really like to get back to, and looking into how can we focus on the motor imagery, followed by mirror therapy and gradual return to the activity. So it's done in a step-by-step fashion, but it really helps you and prepares you to improve movement. And the last phase is all about re-engagement. It involves how can we advance your skill level? How can we focus on specific strengthening program, community integration? So it helps you return to a higher level of function. So different phases have different goals, and the end phase is really focused on helping you return back to the activities you like, finding ways on what are the new ways you can challenge yourself. So this is the journey, how the dystonia care program looks like. So first and foremost, getting ready, getting committed to do this program and looking into the different phases of it. So right from preparing the brain, training the brain using different components which we were learning about, and lastly, focusing on treating the underlying factors. What are the changes associated with dystonia and addressing it? And lastly, returning back to the activities which you like, returning back to higher function. And the goal of the Dystonia program is to help you return to prior activities, definitely decreasing the involuntary movements, decreasing the overexcitation of the nervous system, and enhancing the accuracy of sensory discrimination, and improving and restoring task-specific performance. This will be fun now. I'd like to share a couple of videos. I'd like to come to the virtual setup and see how this is executed, how it looks like. So as you're learning, like there are 4 different phases for our convenience. We have labeled it into 4 different categories, right from discovering and exploring movement, imagining, integrating in phase 2, moving and strengthening, and lastly, engaging and thriving. So this is the virtual clinic setup. So I'd like you to meet Mrs. N. She's an educator and a dancer. She's experienced, she has been presented with dystonia for a long time. Her main symptoms were tremor and decreased mobility on the right side. So this is one of our initial sessions. So where we're just exploring movements, how she performs and how her mobility looks like. She's lying on her stomach. The tremor was one of the initial complaints she mentioned. So we were focusing on exploring the mobility. Now, following our work together, we work on all different phases, and towards the end, her big goal was returning back to dancing. She's been a dancer and she really enjoys dancing on a daily basis and also engaging into professional dancing. So this is one of the most beautiful videos. So she's been able to return back, and this is one of the clips from our session where she's balancing the medicine ball and also focusing on moving. So this has been a big win, and now she's looking into returning back and resuming her professional dancing role. So this was a big achievement. The other individual, so he's an executive professional, and he presented with dystonia very recently, and one of his primary complaints was increased pulling on the left side. He had Botox, but he couldn't. He had a mixed view, so he didn't want to wait for the Botox to get to manifest the results. So he was looking into more of the neuro rehab piece. So he started seeing us right in the beginning, following his dystonia diagnosis. So initially, this is one of the initial videos. He had more pulling on one side, as you can see on the left, and this was the sensory training which we were focusing on, just looking into moving the yoga block on both sides, right and left. This is one of the videos during the middle of our session. It was like week 4 of the program. So at this time, he demonstrated improved mobility. He was able to improve his range and was better able to look on both sides, right and left. And this was one of the recent videos where we were looking into training and helping him return back to the higher intensity workout. So where he was focusing on jumping in different directions, doing cognitive training as well. And we were also focusing on posture training. So this gives a good idea like how individuals in different phases work and recover, and everyone's journey is unique. But there's a hope and there's a wide range of opportunities for retraining, rewiring the nervous system, and enhancing the motor output. So now, as our practice is all virtual, one of the most common questions I've been asked is, can dystonia treatment be done virtually? So definitely yes. Telerehabilitation gives us a unique opportunity to connect with individuals right in the comfort of their home. It helps us see and observe how individuals are interacting in their environment, how the movement manifests as they're changing, navigating different activities. So it really helps us analyze and observe and create a very unique plan for them, which they can reproduce on a daily basis. So that really helps us bridge the gap and improve the adherence, and also give them tailored and specialized care as well. And with the advancement, we have been using, based on the comfort of the individuals, different types of tools, more of the digital tools for tracking, monitoring, using different sensors to see how the muscle activity is being manifesting, and using that for our treatment planning. So it's pretty interesting how the new advancement and new technology is helping us and guiding us in this way. So, as you're learning and understanding the different approaches, treatment interventions, it's also important to work with the team. So coordinated care is one of the best care. So highly emphasize on working with your entire team, right from the neurologist, a physical therapist specialized in dystonia, and other professionals, and also looking into the community engagement piece that makes a difference. So one of the key takeaways is it's really important to combine Botox treatment and neurorehabilitation for successful outcomes. And getting the care early in the process helps you recover faster. So working and coordinating with the team is really beneficial. Thank you so much for joining me today. It was absolutely a pleasure.
Amy? That was wonderful, wonderful. We had another session with Katie, so great. And we're in the next, we've been so fortunate to have Mickey and Apurva here, and the next we're having Michelle from British Columbia, who works directly with virtually with Dr. Bryce, who's the master in neuroplasticity training. So we'll see her coming up next.
Okay, so along with the sensory nuggets, I want to invite us to another application that our one of our sojourners loves, and that is tapping. Who's heard of tapping? This could be a trick for you. So to experiment with, you could do it with or without verbiage, but there's a lovely app that you can use if you want to. It's called the Tapping Solution. It's free. You can pick your profile, but it involves us tapping on particular points of our body to help the brain squirrel away. So, you know, guess when I use this technique? I use it on the plane, and I don't care what people think about me when I'm using it, but I use it on the plane. I get a little nervous sometimes. So it looks like this. Join along if you want to. We're going to come tapping the top of our head just really lightly. No counting. It's all kinds of love. Good. Now, the inside of the eyebrow, where the eyebrow begins. Outside of the eyebrow. Underneath the eye, underneath the nose, underneath the bottom lip, under the armpit. I know, some of these are different. And then a light karate chop on the wrist. So I use verbiage that looks like this. Even though I'm feeling afraid right now, because I'm experiencing turbulence on this plane, that's okay. It's okay if I feel afraid. Feeling afraid does not define me. It is just an emotion. For I know that turbulence is a natural occurrence on a plane, and usually does not end in danger or catastrophe. So you can try that. Usually I find this without words on the plane. I'm just like, oh, turbulence. I don't care who's looking at me, but and then return to my breath. So I can't emphasize again that tool we have that is our breath. And just simply taking in a breath through the nostrils and exhaling through the mouth or the nose for a longer count than the inhale. Let's try together, inhaling perhaps for a count of 3. Here we go. Maybe holding the hand in front of the face and exhaling like we're fogging a mirror to the count of 4. Inhaling, it's a count of 3. 4, 4, whatever feels best for you. Exhaling finding a few of those, and then returning to normal breath.
Debbie? Microphone, Dave.
Oh.
This was on, right?
Is that? Then it's this. Hello there, everyone. Really pleased to be here. I'm lucky to be here. Actually, I was lucky to make it across the border from Canada into the States. I've been taking a lot of vitamins lately, as desperate people do. And so I came to the customs with 3 little baggies of unidentified pills. Wasn't sure how that was going to go over, but luckily they didn't get into my backpack at all, so I got through. So if anyone wants to smuggle anything into Canada on my way back, just see me in the back. So I'm a physical therapist, and I have cervical dystonia. And you know how with dystonia, every new situation, sometimes every new day is an experiment. You don't know for sure what your neck is going to do. Well, this is an experiment for me today. I haven't done any public speaking in several years, and I'm not sure what my neck is going to do. I might end up doing part of my talk with my finger on my nose or my hands on my head. I might just finish off the presentation line on the floor. That'd be okay. So yeah, I always tell people to have an escape plan. So worst comes to worst, I'll just leave. But it shouldn't come to that, I don't think. So I'm here to give you a tour of Dr. Farias's dystonia recovery program and talk about the virtual clinic. So a little bit about me. I started getting symptoms of cervical dystonia in 2008, and in 2010, I started Botox injections, and I had Botox every 3 months for about 8 years, and that worked really, really well, which was great because it got me through some intense years of raising twins. Anyone else have twins? Nobody else, yeah, well, that's good. I mean, it's recommended to have them one at a time. So the Botox stopped being effective for me, and in 2017, I found Dr. Farias and went to a couple of his seminars, and then I started his online program when it launched in 2018, and in 2020, I started working with him in his virtual clinic. So let's go to his online program, and I'll show you around. Is there anyone here that is in on his online program? Okay, so we'll get into my account here. Oh, that's not up there. Yeah, I'm signing in. Yeah, so but yeah, on when it's not on the screen. But we had it on today.
Yeah, yeah.
some reason it's closing,
It froze.
Well,
oh, this one, because
so that it's just that that's no longer showing one way.
It's gone wrong.
That's because the HTML5. Was it?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. Let me reset this. I'll just take a second. Okay.
Yeah.
Did it move?
here, but why did it start?
Yeah, it worked. Yeah. Yeah, that's flat. Okay.
On break, on break. Oh, yes. This is feeding this microphone. It's super helpful. That's why I said, I said, make sure I need to work with these guys. Is it on? No. Well, I gotta feed it. Good morning, everybody.
There we go. Good morning, everybody. I'm gonna be presenting later, but I've created a dystonia survey, and I think some of you probably have taken this, but if you haven't taken it, you can just click on the QR code, and you can take it on your phone. So the more people, the better. Thank you. Anybody needs this? It's gonna take you right into the survey. So.
Take a picture of that.
Wrestling.
Very nice.
Yeah.
That might be. Oh, yeah. Her mic on the street. Oh, yeah, because I haven't fit the turn. Yeah. Now, there's a good looking guy on the Zoom right there. Say hi to your sister. Hi, sister.
Just a minute to my. It's not working too well. If there's a way to run the
We had to go directly to the web to get it. Good time for networking. Good networking time. Why we're here. Okay, ready to go. This is great. Good stuff.
Hey. So, thanks for your patience. It's a little bit. So
the Dystonia recovery program, this online program sets you up with a series of different classes that are full of all kinds of different videos. And the idea is that you always get new challenges for your brain to work on. So you'll open up a video and it'll be there for you for a week. You can work on it every day for a week. And then a new video will unlock in that class. So you'll still keep the first video and you just add to it with the second video. And you can alternate, just do that new video for 7 days, or every second day you can do that new video and do the original video in the first day. There's a lot of options with this program. So that's one of my jobs, is to be kind of an exercise coach to help you navigate through all of these different classes. So when you sign into your account, this is what you see. There's videos that are next up for you that you haven't watched yet. And then, but if you're just signing up, you'll first see this first front desk here. So there's a welcome video, how to get started, how to use the platform, and then link to the virtual clinic. And then we get into the exercise course. Can you guys hear me okay? So the neck exercises, when you click on that, you can see there's all these different exercises that will gradually unlock for you as you go through each one. So there's a lot of different things to practice there. It's a lot of neck movements, range of motion, and some neck movements with arm movements. So those are all really good. And then, so in the exercise category, there's also the leg dystonia program. There's eyelid exercises for blepharospasm. There's hand exercises for hand dystonia. There's the eye exercise class. So eye exercises are good for all types of dystonia. They do a lot of eye tracking, and we find that when you have dystonia, there's usually issues with your eye tracking. So this is really important for all types of dystonia, to practice that and get your eye tracking improved. But there's also things like horizon lines that you watch, and there's light sensitivity videos to help you with that. Videos for anxiety, social anxiety, and lots of different options in there. And then breathing exercises. The diaphragm seems to be really, really important with dystonia. A lot of people with dystonia find that they're taking shallow breaths and their diaphragm doesn't seem to want to move properly, and even trying to figure out, well, what is a normal movement for a diaphragm. So the breathing exercises get you started on that. There's the oromandibular exercises and voice sensory stimulation, which is this is one of the ways that you just, like, one of the beginning exercises that you're starting to get in touch with that area of your brain. So if you have a weaker right side or left side of your neck, your brain will be less in tune and in touch with that side of the neck in a sensory way as well. Not just motor. So sensory stimulation, that's an exercise where you start thinking about that side of that area of your body. And there's advanced breathing techniques, and then eye exercises for social anxiety, which are really fun. It's just a big face in your screen staring right at you. So you get to stare them in the eyes, and but there's a gradual advancement where you stare at their nose first, and then their lips for 5 seconds, and then each cheek, and then lastly you stare at their eyes. It's a really neat exercise. So back in the section, so that's the exercise course. Then there's the dance course. So dance is really stimulating to the brain because you are moving faster than you tend to move in your daily activity. You're moving, alternating arms and legs with dance, which is really good for improving the communication between your right and left brain hemispheres. you're often crossing the midline with an arm or a leg, and that also helps with communication between the hemispheres. And you have to copy an instructor, so that's another level of stimulation for your brain. So dance is really great. Not everyone can do the dance. Some people find that when they start the dance, their spasms get worse. So it's not going to work for everybody, but things can change, and it can start to work for someone that it didn't work for earlier. So, and in this kind of situation, we've got all these different dances to choose from. So you can go through, and you might hate Latin dance, but the disco work is really fun. Or you love Bollywood, there's belly dancing, African, more disco, more African hip hop, ballet, tango, translated dance, which is just slightly different. It comes from a ballet foundation. And then there's a dance contest that you can enter. So in the relaxation course, you all know how important relaxation and meditation is for dystonia. So there's Qigong, neurological therapeutic music, which is engineered to be equally in the right and left ears. So you listen to it with earbuds. Meditation class, adapted yoga, advanced meditation, some more guided breathing sessions, dynamic yoga, Tai Chi, and the hypnosis classes are really fun. The only difference between meditation and hypnosis in the platform here is that meditation tells you to ask yourself, how does this feel right now? And hypnosis, she just tells you how you feel. So it's direct, and a lot of people find it really, really effective. So if you're suggestible at all, hypnosis works really well. And then binaural beats and low frequency sound. So all of these activities are aimed to trigger the vagus nerve, which starts that whole parasympathetic nervous system going with the rest and digest, which is what you really need to train and to get the vagus nerve responding quicker to your pleas to settle down. So the last one, dream spaces, is just basically an environment that continues to change in a pattern, sort of like watching.
Yeah.
Maybe, what time are we probably going?
I don't know.
Well, you said the doctor had told the operation succeeded.
It needs to all be muted.
Very damaging. Serious.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks.
So the education course, you can go to Dr. Farias and go to in-person seminars with him. But in this program, he also has these lectures that he gives, which are very, very informative. He's treated clients with dystonia for 25 years, and while we don't really have answers for why with dystonia, we've seen a lot of patterns, and so patterns can really help us, give us direction for how to go about treating different things. So so these are all his lectures in that education course. So those are great. And then there's a nutrition class with our nutritionist. The patient experiences class, there's about 40 videos, I think, of patient experiences, and they're just little 5-minute blurbs about people's successes. So they're really inspiring to listen to. The emotional well-being is basically little pep talks by one of our program moderators. She does a great job of just basically giving you pep talks. And those are really great. There's probably almost 80 of those now to listen to. In the healthcare, Dr. Farias has interviewed several healthcare professionals. And there's a lot of interesting information here too. So he's got gut health, microbiome, magnesium deficiency, myofascial release, estrogen dominance, all kinds of things. So he goes through some really interesting conditions that we suffer from, or that can be part of what we're going through. And then there's a section on psychotherapy, and the book club has some book suggestions. So back to the story, it's a little late as far as navigating through all the different videos. So after the education courses, the workout section. So if you want to move your body more than you have so far in the program, this is where you can pick some activity that really that you enjoy, that works for you. There's kung fu, boxing, juggling, balance, which is super important and everybody should be doing. Drumming, movement awareness, some physical therapy strategies. And then we have an instrument section for any musician with dystonia. There's violin, guitar, clarinet, saxophone, and then there's golf exercising as well. Yeah, there is no piano, and there should be. Yeah. Yeah. Someone just asked me that the other day, so. Okay, and then at the very bottom, there's a link to the virtual clinic. So that virtual clinic thing that you first saw, that's where there's different videos that us practitioners have done on what we do. But the virtual clinic link at the bottom will actually get you into the virtual clinic where you can book an appointment. You can also book an appointment outside of the program. You don't have to be a subscriber to get an appointment. So every one of us in the virtual clinic has one type or other of dystonia. So Dr. Farias and Joyce is a psychotherapist. Kathleen specializes in leg dystonia. And then there's me, so I'll see all the different types of dystonia except for the ones that Kathleen are seeing for leg dystonia. And then Bonnie James is a holistic nutrition, and she's the one that does the nutrition course on the platform. Monica Chen is a musician, and Fernando is a musician, and Lincoln Lee is a professional golfer. So that's our team. Now I'll go to my slides if I can figure that out. So if you see me, I'll usually give you a weekly schedule. So because there's so many different videos on the platform, it's really hard to say, well, yeah, do I need to do 3 hours, or if I don't do 3 hours, am I going to get better? And so I can tell you, I can have a look at you, assess you, get your history, and point you in the right direction of these are going to be the most effective videos for you. And then here's 20 more exercises from me that you can also work on. So I like to add a lot of my own exercises that might suit your situation. So if you see me, you'll get one of the weekly schedules, and then you'll also get a monthly schedule from me. And this is where you just keep track of what you've been doing, because there is so much variety. You don't have to do every one every day, and then you can kind of get lost. Well, I haven't done dancing. I don't know how long. How long ago was that? So if you keep track, you can kind of see, oh, I'm doing tons of meditation. I'm really not doing very much dance. Maybe I should work in the dance a couple more days a week. So it really helps you keep track. So then I went to my personal photos just for some inspiration for some words of wisdom. So one step at a time. This is me hiking on the Skyline Trail in Jasper, Alberta. Has anyone been to Jasper? So at one time I thought I would never be able to backpack again. I didn't think I'd be able to carry a heavy backpack. And now I can. So I've been doing the odd overnight backpack trip and my neck has been just fine. And so you never want to say, oh, I'll never be able to do that again, because even if some things don't get better, other things change to allow you to start to try those things again that you were missing out on. But it all has to happen one step at a time. Sensory stimulation. So this is me at minus 25 Celsius, which is minus 13 Fahrenheit. All of that extra skin sensory input for your brain and over your scalp really helps to give more information to your brain, as the Perla was telling us about. So it helps to, like, I've got the scarf right here on my jacket, so any little movement, my brain can feel all the different fabrics moving and gets a whole lot more information. So that can help, but it's hard when I'm on a Zoom call with someone from Australia and it's 40 degrees there. Well, have you tried to start? Well, not today. So it's a tricky one. So rest is super, super important. And I treat a lot of go-getters. I think most people with dystonia are go-getters. It seems to be a pattern. And yeah, so rest, you have to remind yourself all the time that rest is as important of a part of the program as so, and walk on uneven ground. This is a new bike boardwalk just above my house here. And when you walk on uneven ground, as opposed to just nice flat without wires floor, so when you're walking just on the flat floor, you're using your left brain, which is the automatic brain. Okay, we can figure out the first step and then it's all the same, we just go on autopilot. And the right brain is supposed to be there for you if you come across the wire across your path. And our right brains tend to be a little bit sluggish, so we need to challenge the right brain with things like trails with roots and rocks, and uneven boardwalks where you can just go really easily. You don't want to be at risk for falling, so you want to make sure that you pick whatever level is safe for you. But if you can walk across the lawn where there's a different texture under your feet, that really starts to stimulate that right brain. Get a pet. I just had to put this in here because I have lots of pets. But pets will get you out of the house. This is my milk goat Bree and her half brother Wensleydale, and Peter the pony. They're a little trio. So they keep me going outside even when it's minus whatever. Stretch. So I find a lot of people's pain is from lack of movement in a certain part of the neck, and really regular stretching anytime you think about it during the day helps to elongate the muscle and get the circulation going through the muscle again. And the circulation is what takes out the bad chemicals and brings in the proper nutrients that you need for healing in that muscle. And so movement is the key. Stretching is the key, I think, to helping a lot of that muscle pain that we get. And try new things. So this is me skiing in Jasper again, Jasper, Alberta, one of my favorite places. So I was experimenting with carrying my skis. There's some routes where you can only get the chairlift up so far. And then it's too steep to ski, so you pack your skis, which I thought there's no way I'll be able to do this. And then I got a phone call on top of it, and it was okay. I managed to do it, and I wasn't sore the next day. And if someone had told me the day before, well, we're gonna do this, I would have said, no, you can count me out. That's not gonna work for me. But it was okay. So yeah, trying new things is really important, especially if it's something that you love, like being out in a certain area or being on the water, whatever it is. Be still in the middle of chaos. So this is my neighbor's boy. He looks after my pigs when I go away, and I don't spend time with the pigs because I raise them up for butcher in the fall, and so I don't name them or spend time with them. I just look after them. But he will come and sit down in the middle of them and tame them, which is really helpful for me because it's better to have tame pigs than wild pigs. But he just sits still, and eventually all the pigs will stop running around and shrieking, and they'll come and say hi to them. So yeah, it's just a little demonstration of that meditation technique. Eat whole foods. I think no matter what sort of chronic issue you have, feeding yourself as best you can is super, super important. So does anyone know about the brain map? So when you saw the picture that Purva put up with the nice cortexes with the different colors. So every part of the body is allocated a certain area of the cerebral cortex. And if you say you have the right and the left arm from a nice little toonie sized, do you guys know what a toonie is? Yeah. So coin sized areas of your brain for the right and left arm. But if you break your left arm and it's stuck in a sling for 6 weeks, that brain map is going to shrink, and you have to get that back again. So if you have a imbalance in the size of your brain map, you have to do special exercises, pay attention to that arm or that region of your neck that's not working so well, to try to build up the size of the brain map, which is like the number of neurons that are allocated to that part of the body. So I just thought this was a cute slide to sort of give you a visual on that. So enjoying nature. Has anyone heard of phytoncides? Phytoncides. You got to look at phytoncides because they're a molecule that actually comes off of trees that we breathe in, and they do good things for us. pH 5, yeah. Phytoncides. So when someone says go out into nature, it's good for you. Well, we are actually consuming things in the forest that are good for us. So same as eating a cashew, go breathe beside a tree for 5 minutes. Get some more nutrients into your body. So and then there's all kinds of other benefits of being in nature. But this is the valley where I live in my farm. It's right down here. So I put rest in here twice because it's that important, and because I have 2 cats, so and play with the balls. So the balls are really extra stimulating for the brain, extra challenging because your eyes have to track the ball, and the ball is moving faster than a lot of things that your eyes tend to track during the day. And with that speed, you have to work a lot faster to move to catch a ball. And it's going to be erratic, so it works on your balance and coordination. It's another one of these super excellent challenges for the brain. So I get everyone to play with the ball in some way, like even if you're just tossing it up and down, catching it, or walking across a room, tossing a couple of balls, or if you're working on juggling 3 or 4 balls, whatever stage you're at, or playing ping pong or tennis, like anything involving a ball is really great, and it can get you away from the online program for a bit, so you're still doing all these exercises, but you're not always on the computer. And do what makes me. So she is very happy in that. But that's not what I would do for fun, but it works for her, so she should be allowed the time and space to do that. And last slide, hang out with friends. Very important. So that's it. Did anyone have any questions?
But I did say that earlier. Actually, we have you people on your tables, if you can write down any questions you have. Then afterwards, we'll have a question and answer period.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody. Let's consider our head and neck first. We heard from a couple people now about how important that movement is, and it is very important, and was one of the things that was texted to me to do. So let's come sitting tall in our chairs. We are going to sit for this one, that's okay. Sit tall, crown center reaching, sits bones rooting, maybe pick up the toes and set them back down on the ground. And notice if there's a gentle lift that starts from the arches of your feet and continues inside your leg up until your pelvic bowl. Then imagine that you have your grandma's girdle on, a gentle hugging of the hips. So your core engagement. And let's find that gentle chin nod or tuck. It's not going to be a great one, just a little one to realign. And we'll inhale together and exhale, take the chin down. And bring your breath into the back of the neck. So imagine breathing into the back of the neck. And on your next inhale, look center. And exhale. Inhale and exhale, look up. Inhale, come back to center. I'm going to invite you, as we hold a rotation of our head, to hold and breathe in that area. But if it feels better for you to keep moving, then do so very slowly. So let's inhale and exhale. Let's take our gaze to the left and our head to the left. If you can be still here and just find 3 breaths, let's try that. If not, come looking back to the center and then to the right. Inhale, come back to center, and exhale, take the gaze to the left. I do this in the bed sometimes before I wake, because that pillow, I sleep with a very small pillow. It helps me imagine my head being right on top of my spine without any contortion whatsoever. And smile. Smiling doesn't trigger you, go ahead and smile. Inhale, come looking center, and exhale. We'll inhale together. I know this seems simple, but it's so important. Inhale and exhale. Let's take our left earlobe toward our left shoulder. Without any judgment or expectation over how far you can go. Just look at me. I'm just going a little bit. Inhale, come to center. Exhale, tilt to the right. Inhale, head comes back to center. Do a recheck here. See about where your chin is. Find a little nod. And now we're going to begin tracing a U shape with our nose or our forehead. So we'll begin together just tracing a U shape. Instead of circling the head all the way around, just begin to slowly trace a U shape. When you're ready, come to center. Roll your shoulders up, back, and down. A few little shoulder rolls. Up, back, and down. Oh, I feel some crunching. Anyone else have crunching in the throat? That's it. Let's roll the other way. Inhale up and forward, up and forward. And how about now we try to make figure eights with the shoulders and with the breath. And try going the other way. Oh dear, that's a little tricky. Excellent. Let's come center, and if it feels okay, let's bring the shoulders toward the ears and let go. Let it all go. One more time. Okay, I like one more time for this. Inhale, rise, exhale, let them fall. Okay, I want to read something to you and encourage you, if you could find that moment of stillness or meditation in the morning, instead of rolling out of the bed to our giant to-do list, can we be still and greet the day first? I can tell you how much peace I have when I do that. I'm working towards daily, and I've even moved my time of reading. I read the Holy Scriptures in the morning to after meditation because I need that peace. Now we're in the Vata time of the year, fall and winter. And so as the leaves are blowing, the storms are coming. We had a big storm last week. I wasn't here, but I heard we did. Branches everywhere, leaves everywhere. We want to feel grounded. We want to take the opposite. Instead of running around like chicken with our head cut off, we want to really feel grounded during this time of year. So look what I found. This spoke to me. I hope it speaks to you. Can you imagine with me for a second a wire that is not grounded? What happens to a wire that's exposed and not grounded? Yeah, all crazy back there. She's motioning it. So listen to this. Grounding helps protect you and your home. Let's think of our body as our physical home from the dangers of damaged circuits or electrical overloads. When power surges happen, could be that guest at Thanksgiving dinner or the person who cut us off on the highway, the excess electricity introduced to the system could leap out of the wiring. That happens to me as a redhead. Without electrical grounding, this stray voltage could start a fire. And I for sure don't want to start a fire in my family or have a rude tone with my 8 grandkids. Damaged appliances or could shock bystanders. I had so many people when I read that, shock bystanders. So can we find a moment of stillness in the bed? I have to do it in the bed or I won't do it at home. Now it's nice to come sitting too, but just in the bed in the morning, you can do it guided or unguided. Just bring your awareness and attention to your breath like we started today. and go from there. There are some lovely apps that are free. Insight Timer is free. You could hear singing bowls or guided meditation. Encountering Peace is also free. So I offer that to you as a challenge, and you may report back to Dr. Hogan on how that worked for you, but I want to challenge you to at least 3 times this week to start your day with stillness, peace, and meditation. And we'll take some experimenting to see what type you want to do, but rest assured you can find it, those two nuggets, encountering peace and insight.
So, Patrick, who presents each year from New York, wasn't able to be here this year, so he sent 3 videos from his home that are really good about building a movement lifestyle into your daily life. Now, for anybody that's hungry, we're gonna have dinner coming, lunch coming real soon. We bought a whole bunch of bars back there. They're really healthy. So if you're hungry, meantime, you want to grab something, please do. We'll probably have a few minutes later lunch on the plan, but so don't starve. The first, we have sound. Wow. I don't think we have the sound. Working, Mark? No, I'm not getting it. Did you go, whatever it was yesterday? Oh, wait a second. Yeah, it's all. Wait a second, I remember we turned out. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's better. Not for use. Worst.
By now, most of us know that exercise is good for us. We may have even heard the phrase that exercise is medicine. But when do we need medicine? Usually, when something in our system is out of balance. Having a remedy to restore your immune system is great, and thank goodness we have good doctors and good medicine. But why did our bodies fail to keep us in balance and healthy in the first place? We can use exercise as medicine for sure, but it may be useful to look at what could be causing the imbalance. Let me illustrate an example. If I jump off a cliff and break my leg, I'll need a doctor to set the bones and put me in a cast, and I'll probably want some painkillers to cope with the discomfort. Then, after a number of weeks, my bones will heal and I'll get out of the cast and wean off the painkillers and go on my way and go right back to that same cliff and then jump off and break my leg again. And then go back to the doctor, get in a cast, get the painkillers, and begin the process over and over. Now, that seems ridiculous, right? But in a way, that's what we do with any habit that has negative consequences. When the habit has immediate and extreme consequences, such as jumping off a cliff and breaking a leg, it's really easy to see what the problem is. But what if the habit was so common that nearly everyone was doing it? And the consequences built up so slowly that it took years to experience their effect. Would you be able to connect the dots of cause and effect? Or would you assume the problems are just a natural process of living and aging? Here's the point. There are many conditions such as foot pain, bunions, back pain, neck pain, osteoarthritis, chronic fatigue, headaches, pelvic floor disorders, and those are just a few of what are often called the diseases of modern living. The question is, are they natural or are they just normal? Could it be they're the body's natural response to our normalized way of modern living? Krishnamurti said, "It is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society." Let's take a simple look at what we're seeking with exercise. Adaptation. All the cells of the body adapt and change as a result of the mechanical forces they experience. This is a process called mechanotransduction. So the cells of the body are constantly sensing and reading their environment and attempting to adapt to find balance and to thrive within that environment. So when we exercise, we're exposing our muscles and tissues to forces and pressures that signal the cells to adapt in order to meet the requirements of that activity. So over time, if you work a muscle enough, it changes. It gets longer, shorter, or stronger, depending on what you're doing. And it turns out that all our cells need to experience these forces of movement in order to regenerate and stay healthy. But what's most often overlooked are the times when we are not exercising. All our cells are continuing to adapt to their environments, but when we're not moving, the information the cells get tell them that they do not need the ability to move. So here's a phrase to take away. The body adapts not to your best intentions, but to what you do most often. From that perspective, let's take a look at exercise. Now, we've started to put people into categories as either being athletes or sedentary. Sedentary generally refers to the people who do not regularly engage in exercise or physical activity. Then there are those people who do exercise either for health or recreation, and we tend to call those people active or athletes. But if you look at the frequency and the duration or the proportion of time that people exercise, and you start to see an interesting picture. If someone were to exercise even 1 or 2 hours a day, the proportion of time that person spent exercising is actually very small compared to the rest of the hours of the day where they may return to a sedentary lifestyle. If you put the levels of activity of those two groups side by side, you'd see that they are nearly the same. In the active group, some of the cells of the body are exposed to the forces of high quantities of movement for only a short portion of the day. And the rest of the time, the cells return to a sedentary environment. So this has led exercise researchers to the recognition of a new category of people called active sedentary. The exercise that the active sedentary group of people are getting is beneficial for sure. But the sedentary hours are, in essence, overpowering the active hours simply by their sheer volume. So how do we address all the other hours of the day where the cells of the body are being starved of their needs for movement? If exercise is medicine, then the sedentary nature of the rest of the day is kind of like that bad habit of jumping off the cliff we talked about earlier. But it's harder to see the negative effects because not moving is a much longer and slower fall. From a nutrition perspective, one way to prevent our bodies from falling too far out of balance to the point where they'll need medicine is to maintain a healthy diet. So here's where we'll shift the metaphor a bit. There's that famous quote from Hippocrates, "Let food be thy medicine." To be truly healthy, you have to eat a nutritious whole foods diet. We can't just supplement with healthy foods once in a while and expect the body to be healthy. And we can't starve ourselves for most of the day and try to get all of our nutrients from one meal. To properly absorb all the nutrients your cells crave, you need a lifestyle of consistently eating whole and healthy foods. The same could be said for movement. So exercise, like vitamin supplements, can offset deficiencies in your movement diet. But to get your whole body the movement nutrients it needs, you need a consistent movement lifestyle that keeps more of your parts and the cells of your body moving throughout the day. If you were to put exercise in a circle, and this represents portions of the day, and in this circle, we would put all the things we do: running, lifting, cycling, swimming, yoga, sports. But there's a larger circle that includes exercise, but encompasses much more. This one is called movement. And in here are all the possibilities for moving more of our bodies throughout our lives. This includes all the movements we do: sitting, standing, walking, carrying, laying down, and everything in between. Every movement from one place to another, every movement of any part of your body. And we can learn to optimize our movement potential throughout the day by doing things such as developing new habits that require more movement of our bodies, creating movement-friendly homes and working environments, finding breaks between our sedentary times to move even a little, and we call these movement snacks, and finding more balance in the body by becoming aware of what parts of us are moving too little and what parts we tend to overuse. If exercise is what we do to supplement our health and recreation, movement is the whole spectrum of everything else we do in day-to-day living. And that is why, even though exercise is very good for us, movement is the larger category that may hold the key toward healthier and happier living.
Now he has a few other 5-minute videos that emphasize that. We'll put that up later too. Birds, come to the birds again.
Moving our bodies more is an important part of maintaining health and ensuring that we live more fully. If our bodies can continue to move freely, then we can actually enjoy the activities we want to do. But aside from scheduling more time to exercise, how do we actually get to moving more? Well, there are 3 strategies that I like to use: activity stacking, movement makeovers, and movement snacks. Stacking is the process where you take an activity that you already need to do and figure out how you can incorporate movement into that activity. So let's take going to the grocery store as an example. You could opt for walking to the store, or at least walking part way to the store instead of driving. And you can also choose to carry your groceries instead of using a cart. Another example could be when you're watching a movie, but taking the option to sit on the floor and do some gentle stretching instead of passively sitting on the couch. It's choosing a little less convenience, but gaining more movement, which equals more health for your body. Now, movement makeovers are similar to stacking, but I think of these as taking activities you normally do in one particular way that might also be sedentary, and thinking outside of the box to find ways to do those same activities, but moving your body differently. For example, most of us stand at a kitchen counter to prepare food and chop vegetables. And standing in that same way can be pretty repetitive for the body. So I will sometimes place the cutting board on the floor and chop the vegetables from a squatting position. Standing desks are another example of a movement makeover, where instead of sitting all day at a desk, you can opt to stand for a while. The position itself, or the important takeaway here, is not the position itself, but creating variations to normally static positions. Using your creativity and figuring out, like, how do I do this just a little bit differently? So standing all day can be just as harmful as sitting. You know, our bodies were never meant to be in one position for very long. So why not give yourself a menu of options that you can sift through? Also, on a more subtle level, with some awareness of alignment, which is just knowing how the parts of our body relate to each other, you can do a movement makeover of everyday activities such as sitting, standing, and walking, so that you utilize more of your parts in balanced ways so that you experience fewer aches and pains overall. So even when you are sitting in the chair for a while, knowing your alignment points can help you from experiencing those aches and stiffness that tends to occur from being so static. Now, finally, we have movement snacks. And just like we might have a snack to tide us over from or between meals, movement snacks are great ways to break up the times when we get stuck in one position for too long. A movement snack can look like anything and can be almost any movement that you like to do, from stretching to a dance break to jogging around the block to simply standing up from the sitting down position. The point is, it is an intentional shift from your previous position. And generally, it's wise to bring your body into the opposite range of joint positions that you had just been in. For example, if you were just sitting, maybe try standing. If your arms were just in front of you, like you're typing or on your phone, then maybe try taking your arms far behind you. Stacking, movement makeovers, and movement snacks. The more you build these into your daily life, the better nourished your body will be overall. Now, if you'd like to learn more about these concepts and get help designing these things into your lifestyle, just contact me at my website, inalignmovement.com. Happy moving.
One more quick one. Then you can have your nutrition, oral nutrition rather than nutrition snack.
When we're hungry for food, we usually recognize the body signals to go get a snack. But when our body hungers for movement, we don't always recognize the signals. The signs might be harder to discern because we most likely haven't connected these signals as calls for movement. So some common signs that your body is craving movement are fidgeting, aches in the body, headaches, mood shifts, a drop in energy, and difficulty focusing. But just like it's wise to not wait too long for your food hunger to build up and to plan on having a few meals and some snacks each day, it's also wise not to wait until you feel terrible before giving your body a movement. Here's a couple tips on building movement snacks into your day. And then these suggestions come from habit building techniques as taught by BJ Fogg in his book, Tiny Habits, and by James Clear in his book, Atomic Habits. It's most effective to choose an activity that you already do routinely and to build your new habit around it, either before, during, or after the activity. So write down and practice saying to yourself the new movement habit you decide to do. The cue might be something like, before I make my coffee, I will take a moment to stretch and touch my toes. Or after I brush my teeth, I will do one push-up against the wall. Or even during an activity, you can say, when or while I talk on the phone, I will also take a walk around the room. So notice with the examples I gave, all the intended activities are very small. And this is an important part of a snack or any new habit you wish to create. It's not a whole meal. And the smaller it is, the better, because the easier it is to do, the more likely you'll follow through and make it a habit that lasts. But sometimes when we're doing more prolonged activities like working at a desk or reading or watching a movie, it's hard to shift our focus toward movement before it's already been too long. And in these cases, it might be useful to use a timer and to create guidelines for yourself, such as every half hour, I will stand up and stretch. Or every hour, I will take a 5-minute walk. Or every 15 minutes, I'll make sure that I've changed my position. Another tip is to put a note to yourself in certain areas of your environment to remind you to do the movement scan whenever you enter that area. One example might be to put a note over your doorway to remind you to stretch your arms overhead each time you go through to the next room. In any case, and this is a very important component, make sure that whatever you intend to do, that it's something you actually want to do. There are so many ways of getting more movement into our bodies. I'll leave it up to you to explore what you like. If you like the feeling of stretching, great. If you like walking, jogging, dancing, or doing jumping jacks, what matters most is giving your body some movement, any movement, to break up the sedentary parts of your day. And because each of these movements are small, they don't have a great effect in the moment. But movement snacks are cumulative. One push-up or one stretch won't change much, but 10 push-ups and 10 stretches over the course of the day will have a bigger effect. And added into your life over weeks, months, and a lifetime, it can create a whole new body. So to review, put movement snacks before, during, or after activities you already do, especially if those activities are fairly sedentary. Choose something you like or would aspire to do, but then make it very easy and very small. And create guidelines and use tools like a timer or notes to remind yourself to take these movement breaks. And most importantly, each time you complete a movement snack, take a moment to give yourself a bit of gratitude. BJ Fogg calls this feeling shine. It's anchoring into a positive feeling related to the movement. And it might seem silly, but it creates this feeling of a good feeling sensations that create positive associations to that movement so that you actually begin to crave that movement and want to do it more. So have fun creating your own movement snack recipes. And please reach out to me if you have any questions or would like some coaching guidance.
Good takeaway points there, Patrick. So now, before our nutrition, we're going to hear about good nutrition.
Hello.
Yeah.
I didn't feel comfortable touching her body.
How do I? Okay, so, my talk is, I want to just call it an appetizer talk, because I'm not going to take much time this time to speak, but, I thought we would talk about detox, and some of you may be thinking, well, we're coming up on the holidays, why would anybody detox? And I actually thought this would be a really good time to bring it up. Detoxification is a very big subject. I made this slide, and it's not actually a slide. This is really oh, can everybody hear? Okay, to me it's just echoing. Okay. So this is a very complicated slide, and I kind of purposely made it blurry because I want you to get the idea that detoxification is extremely complicated, and for most people is very unclear. Don't touch it. It's supposed to be that way. Yeah, I have a purpose. Because in fact, I spent about a year studying all this because it's so complicated, and I'm still learning. But our detoxification system in our body has many pathways, many in which you can appreciate. There's different phases. It all happens in our liver. And so what a lot of us do is, we kind of eat our own way, and then during the holidays, we really kind of amp up with a lot more eating that we normally don't do, a lot of alcohol or whatever. And then for the first week of January, we're going to detox, myself included. I used to do that. Or some of us may go a month then and do this. But what I want to entertain is sort of in tandem with a lot of the other talks that have been given, is going to incorporate some detoxification to do all the time. Because the reality is our detoxification is happening all the time. This whole system is working all the time to clear out toxins from our environment. It might be some cigarette smoke you just walked by, and you just you're gonna feel bad for a day because you inhaled it. Or it could be certain foods that you ate. So what I wanted to have you walk away from today is to talk about how you can detoxify on a daily basis, and even through the holidays. The other thing, a statistic I think is interesting, is the average person gains 2 pounds during the holidays. And the thought being that, oh, I'll lose it in January, but most of us never lose it. So if you think about it, you gain 2 pounds every year, it kind of adds up. And you kind of think about that with the accumulation of how our body handles toxins. This whole system of detoxification helps us so we don't have a buildup. That buildup ends up causing what's called oxidative stress. It causes a wear down of our cells. And all of this affects us neuromuscularly, neurologically, physically, and what we can do. So, like Patrick mentioned, we want to quit breaking our leg all the time and patching it back up. And find these ways to take care of ourselves. So anyway, what I want to talk about is things to do regardless if you've got 5 parties during the week, if you're going to be in situations where you're going to drink more or not eat your normal way, is you can, you know, this is on. Okay, anyway, I guess I don't need to push the button. I just want to point. Oh, okay. Okay. Is it? Okay. Okay. So the first one is you can do this regardless what kind of day it is you can just start your day with a squeezed lemon and water, or if you prefer it can be wine. But when we wake up in the morning, our bodies are naturally very acidic. And that also adds to what I'm going to call a stress on the body, and oxidative stress. The typical American diet contributes to this. Coffee in the morning contributes to this. So even if you love that first cup of coffee in the morning, start with a squeeze of lemon or lime in water. Get yourself hydrated. Start yourself out with something that's going to put your body more in an alkaline state. I also really encourage you to start your day out with more protein. Maybe some of you just, well, I have my bowl of cereal, or I have my muffin, and that's okay, but really we need that protein. You know, protein is involved in a lot of these detoxification processes in our body. It's one of the reasons I don't encourage juice fasts. The people say, oh, I remember this juice fast and I felt horrible. Well, you should feel horrible because you did not give yourself enough protein to make the metabolic processes work in your body to detox appropriately. Our detoxification system has all sorts of amino acids that you need in order for that to work. So doing this on a daily basis, if you're vegan or vegetarian, it can be tofu. I didn't put seitan here, that's a wheat gluten. You can do eggs, you can do cheese, yogurt, cottage cheese, nuts. But I really encourage you to start your morning that way. The Kellogg's breakfast, I really don't think is the best one. Drink lots of water between meals, and at least 1 glass of alcohol per alcohol beverage. One of the reasons I say to drink alcohol between meals is because if you drink it with meals, it tends to sometimes interfere with digestion, okay? And you're not absorbing your nutrients quite as well. So I recommend that. You know, there's been a lot that's compared on time we should be eating, 8 hours, 12 hours, 24, 36. I think to be on the conservative side, the best things you can do for time restricted eating, try not to eat 2 to 3 hours before you go to bed. If you eat later than that, especially if you just have a little sweet before you go to bed, not that there aren't times when you do this, is that it raises insulin levels in your blood, and the insulin is a little more inflammatory. Tends to happen more at night. So that's good for brain memory, and or a 12-hour fast. You know, just you're not one of these people that can do longer fasts, and it's real questionable how valuable it is. Just a 12-hour fast can be quite detoxing. And then there's 2 groups of food I just want to focus on real quick. High sulfuric foods. How many of you have heard of sulforaphane? A couple of you? Okay. So sulforaphane is found in a lot of these vegetables that are listed here. The key to creating sulforaphane, what sulforaphane does, it's this chemical phytonutrient glucosinolide, if you want to get more particular, that is involved in many, many pathways and parts of our detoxification system. Now, all of us in this room have variations in how we detox. Some people can walk through a room with cigarette smoke and they're fine. The next person, they're gonna have headaches that whole day and maybe the next day. And it just has to do with how your body can clear these things. And so pyridine is that chemical that works in a lot of those pathways. It's activated by something called serenase, which is an enzyme that makes that thing, this chemical work in that food. So for that reason, and it's destroyed by heat, so for that reason, it's better if you eat a lot of these foods raw, okay? Especially broccoli is really important that way. Nitric acid foods, I think you're going to start hearing more and more about nitric acid. It's going to be quite popular because what we're finding is with age, nitric acid decreases in our body. And when it happens, it affects our ability to carry oxygen to the tissues, cause vasodilation. It's thought to maybe contribute to high blood pressure, vascular disease, and some of these other common disorders of aging. So adding in things like beets, arugula, again, some of the same foods here, with the exception of things like celery, and beets. Beets are really big. You know, you hear about beets, and that's the big thing with beets. So in a nutshell, these are things you can pick 1 or 2 of them to do a day that without having to start some big program. If you do all of them, hey, that's great. But hopefully those get you started. Okay, so I want to get on to food now because hopefully you're hungry. I'm really excited about this menu. We did quite a lot of this last year. Last year we just had butternut squash. This year they made a gluten-free one. So we have a gluten-free one and a regular one. Now these do contain egg and cheese, okay? We have a quinoa salad that has goat cheese on the side. So this one's going to be gluten-free, dairy-free, egg-free. We have ratatouille, which is dairy-free and gluten-free. We have an amazing bread. I made sure they made lots of this bread. They said 8 loaves. And part of it's gluten-free and part of it's regular. And then we have some raspberry bars that are gluten-free and regular. So
Great. So, yeah, so see, people can line up. I'm going to put all our speakers' contacts up on the screen for people on Zoom. But for everyone here, go ahead and start enjoying food, and then afterwards we have one more great yoga session with Jamie, and then we'll have Jason and Mimi give us a presentation. So a question and answer. So for sure, write down your questions on the sheets, and then please stay around for your dancing with Rob.
Yeah.
Some people, so these are the contacts of the speakers today, since you don't have any in your handout. Enjoy. We're gonna put this on pause for a little while when people are eating, and then we'll come back afterwards. Let me put this on pause.
So you just go here and you click. Okay.
Most important part of this day is the most important part of this day is our networking. People talk to each other.
Okay, quiet everybody, sorry.
Sorry. Well, then slowly start. Yeah, we definitely don't want to, hate to interrupt. Hate to interrupt because you're networking, you're talking to each other, truly is the most important part of this day. But we have more things to do, so. Ahead of time, I just want to thank some people, thank Carol for helping with the registration up front. Thank Carol. Thank Mary Jo O'Connor for the lovely flowers and the banner. And the convention that people do want floral arrangements or either silk or real flowers, that Mary Jo O'Connor is available. She's a real artist with this, so we really appreciate her. And then let's see. Anyway, thank you. All right, and then so we'll have our presentations after Jamie does her great presentation. What I was to say, on each of their tables, there's the flyers for Jamie's yoga sessions. Please contact her because as you can see what she's done, it's invaluable for your health and all aspects.
Thank you. All right, also on the back table is a clipboard because I'm entering my practicum year as to become a yoga therapist. So I need some happy subjects. So you will get a tailorized program, more than what we're just doing in Dr. Patrick's office with pre and post assessments, and it's really more work for me. It won't look very different for you, but if you're interested, there is a clipboard back there. So anyway, let's get on your cell phone. We're going to use our cell phone next. Take out your cell phone, turn on your camera, and we're going to further talk about detox. All right, turn the camera part on. Y'all think I'm crazy right now. That's all right. I just came back from Romania lately, where I've been going to do yoga and summer camp with orphans since 2013, and they frequently tell me I'm crazy, but that's all right. I don't care. I love them. All right, turn your screen around so you can see your face. If you have a mask on, I invite you to take it down and stick out your tongue and look in that camera. Note the color of your tongue. And then set your phone down. Here's another way we can detox, friends. We can get up in the morning, go to the bathroom, in the restroom, or find a mirror, look at your tongue, grab a spoon, or buy a proper tongue scraper from the Amazons, or Bandy Botanicals, which I love. Stick out your tongue with water running, scrape the tongue, scrape and rinse, and all of that stuff on your tongue is toxins ready to come out of your body, okay? And then I want to encourage you to take some coconut and sesame seed oil together or separate and swish your mouth with it for a few moments and then spit it out, and do not rinse, because that lines your mouth with a protective coating that can help us in cold and flu season. Also, you could take a little oil on your pinky finger and line your nose. This is a great trick in staying healthy, which I really suffer when I don't do it. I tend to get sick. So that was our little fun activity. And now, if Leanne and or Marty would like to come up here and show sitting or standing versions, they have submitted similar asanas. Like, we're not doing a whole yoga flow today, but we're just doing asanas, a couple postures. We'll show seated and standing. I'm going to ask Leanne why she likes the warrior pose. I found that despite dystonia, I was able to still do a powerful a pose as warrior when I used to do it before I had dystonia. So I appreciate that you have figured out how to do that for us. You're welcome. So there's modifications, enhancements that we can do along the way when we're exercising, no matter what it is. So I'm going to start in the chair, and I'm going to be in and out of the chair. It's one person here in this aisle so they can see. I know it's kind of hard to see, isn't it? It's kind of hard to see our legs, but we're doing the best I think we can do. Okay. I'm going to start standing too, and then I'll sit down and show you. So know that at any given time, you can keep your legs however you need to keep them. But the traditional pose for warrior is we'll take our right foot out. Let's stand up. You can do this standing, and I'll show you how it looks seated. If you don't want to come standing and try it, remain seated, and we'll get to that. Okay, so let's spread our legs out first a little bit, and we'll take this is going to be good for your brain, because we're going to go one way and you're going to go the other. Let's take our right toes. Let's take our toes out and face them this duct side wall, the wall with the air duct. Okay, this back leg, do not imagine you're walking on a tightrope. Have some space. So maybe it's under your hip. You could open up that leg a bit, open up the toe so that perhaps it is at 1 o'clock. And this back leg that's bent is at noon. Okay, if putting your hips in opposing directions is no good for you, you don't have to do that. You could just raise your arms up. But here it is, warrior 1 pose. So the back foot, those toes are at 1 o'clock, and the bent leg at noon. Our options are reaching down with strong hands, fingertips, reaching down to earth, elongating crown center up, or you can find a cactus arm. You could bend your elbows. If that feels okay, stay there. If not, you could raise your hands. If you want more work, you could raise your hands skyward. Okay? Good job. So we'll spend just a moment or two here breathing and feeling strong in our warrior pose. This is another balancing technique, isn't it? You know, some days are better than others. So don't judge yourself on where your arms might be. It's okay if they're down or in cactus or wherever they need to be. Then let's inhale, lift that back heel up, open the toe up. Now that back toe is facing 3 o'clock, while the front toe is still at noon. Extend your arms out in a T. So both arms out in a T. Yes, so now Leanne and Marty are facing each other. Look at that backhand. That backhand could represent for us all the things that in our life brought us here today. Maybe those lessons we learned in life, they're not so bad after all because they move us toward the future. So we learn from our past, we can look forward to our future. Good job. Let's just do a shift with our feet and we'll find this warrior two pose the other way. To the opposite wall. Hold, but do not hold the breath and breathe. Noticing how the two sides of the body might feel different from one another, and that's okay. Good job. Let's come to mountain pose. So stand with feet below us, fingertips to ground. Roll the shoulders back and down. Standing crown center to the sky. I'll show how we can do that seated on days it doesn't feel so great to stand or you broke your toe surfing or something like I did. So I'm going to show this now in a chair and I'll come in the middle a little bit. Already liked this one where we just straddle the corner of the chair. So if you can find a chair, find a chair. If not, you can try this sitting on that. Yeah, you guys sit on the stage and try it. Okay. So we'll face this way now and we'll take our back. Oh, there's my microphone on my scarf. Anyway, we'll take our back onto the back of our chair. And invite this outside leg down to float down to on the ball of our toe. We're noticing our tipping point here. We don't want to reach that tipping point, right? We want to honor our body. So find your balance and you can extend the outside arm downward, straight down, open the palm up, or you could find cactus arm. Or you could lift it skyward and higher. So that's a seated warrior. We can inhale next and exhale. Take the foot that was forward and stick it straight out. And reach the arms out into the one direction. Feels they can scare on the stage, girls, and I want you to fall. Okay. Now we'll bring in that extended foot. Straddle the opposite way. Yes. Now the outside leg comes down. We have the ball of the foot, the toes are grabbing the earth. Take the backside hand to the back of the chair, root down and reach up with your head, and then find your hand position of choice. Can be straight down, palm out, or cactus arm, or straight back. Yes. Good. And our gaze is straight ahead. Good job. Inhale, we'll bring everything back to center and exhale. Let's take our hands to our knees. I'm not a big advocate of yoga right after lunch, so we're just doing a few things that are safe. You know, we don't stir everything up, but we just ate. So take our hands on our legs and let's inhale together and reach the belly forward and toward the thighs. Smile the collarbones wide. The gaze up. Inhale here and exhale, round the spine. Take the spine back toward the back of your chair in this C-shaped exhale. Let's do that one more time. We'll flow forward and inhale. Smile, collarbones open. Maybe coming toward the thighs, inhale, exhale out the back. Now pause here in this rounded C shape. Inhale through the back of the lungs next. We're going to do the opposite. Inhale here. Exhale out the front through the nose. Smile the heart open. One more time. Oh, it's tricky for me because this is new. I usually do it the other way. Inhale through the back of the lungs. Feels good though. Exhale to the front. And come sitting tall. One more fun activity that I like to do. It's called the emotional gym. Who's heard of the emotional gym? All right. It's engaging the brain with our emotion and our bodies so that we can remember and experience, even when we don't really feel like we can find these emotions. If we do them with the body, then maybe it'll change the way we feel. So we're going to start with love. So cross your arms in front, love, and then you extend them out and say love. So you're giving self-love. Now you're giving away love. You're using your voice. Love, 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 love. Now joy, 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 and peace. 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 And we find peace and we extend peace. 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 And lastly, gratitude. Gratitude. Throw it in. Gratitude. 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 Hopefully you feel a little different. Thank you.
And remember, Jamie does classes online too, right? Right, Jamie?
Yes, oh, yes. I left my card in the back stage.
So people online or on Zoom, they would like to connect with Jamie. We'll put contacts up again and see if she can work with anybody online virtually also. Okay, that's great. That was wonderful. Peace, love, gratitude. So now we're gonna have Mimi just give us a presentation that'll kind of further extend our message today from a patient perspective.
Okay. Okay. Okay, hi. Hi, I'm Lee. And,
Let's check your mic.
oh, yeah. Uh-oh, let me get this into the back.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, okay, thanks, Mark. Okay, I'm a dystonia patient. I was diagnosed about 7 years ago. I've been seeing Dr. Hogan for 7 years. I treat my dystonia with Xeomin and carbidopa and a number of different supplemental practices. And oh my gosh. Okay, it's okay. It sounds great. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I started learning about the concept of neurological fitness, I guess, a couple of years ago, but I didn't really know of it in that way. I came across an app about the beginning of this year called Neurofit. And I started using it every day. It was working very well for me. I didn't really know how well it was working for me, but I did notice a difference. So I started I was using it every day. In March, my sister-in-law passed away, and I was going through really quite a lot of grief. And normally, something major like that happening in my life really would aggravate my dystonia symptoms to the point of really kind of knocking me out of life. Kind of anything like that really aggravates my dystonia symptoms. Probably anybody can relate to high stress situations, aggravating dystonia symptoms. So when I noticed that that practicing neurological fitness made such a difference in my life, I decided to go through the certification process and learn more about neurological fitness, become a neurological fitness instructor. So I wanted to share with you guys today what I've been learning about neurological fitness. So basically, it is what everybody here today has been talking about. What the proactive daily habits that reduce our overall stress and reduce our dystonia symptoms. We talked a little bit so far about afferent nerves. So afferent nerves, in my understanding, are the nerves that send signals back to our body. So oftentimes we just think about our mindset and the nerves that are going from our brain, the incorrect signals that dystonia is sending from our brain to our body, but afferent nerves are the sensory nerves, right, that our body is sending to our brain. So heat and cold and all of the things that make us more comfortable. So that's what I want to talk more about. So those are the things that strengthen our vagal brain and allow us to switch from one nervous state to the other, to another nervous state more smoothly. So I have a little picture here to give us like another visual to see that in a different way. So everybody learns differently, and everybody might like a different picture of that. So I like this picture. The biggest the vagal states, the vagal nervous system states are ventral vagal, sympathetic, and dorsal vagal. And I like this picture to look at on a regular basis to kind of check in with myself of where I am. I look at this every single morning. And also if I have something important that I have to do. I like how Jamie talked about like loose wire. And this kind of gives me a picture of like, where is my loose wire? If I'm in the sympathetic place, then I am that loose wire. If I am in the dorsal vagal place, then I am a dead wire. And if I'm the ventral vagal wire, then I'm plugged in and functioning well. And then there's these in between places where maybe if I have work to do, I want to be in the play place. And if I am in stillness, then I'm in a good meditative place. And if I'm overwhelmed, then I need to meditate. So this kind of gives me a good idea of like where I am and what I need to do and where I want to be. So this is a good visual that I look at all the time to kind of figure out like where I am, how I'm feeling, where my nervous system is, and what kinds of activities my nervous system needs to get myself where I want to be. So what I want to talk about is nervous system care, and I like to think about that
like romancing my nervous system, how I'm gonna care for myself and get in the mindset of romancing my nervous system, because sometimes I put self-care on the back burner and I want to frame it like I am caring for a partner or a child or someone else sometimes, because sometimes I don't think of those habits as something that I need to do every single day on a daily basis. I will think like, okay, that can wait, because I have important things that I need to do. And when I do those important things instead of the things that I need to do to really nourish myself, I can't do the important things. So first of all, healthy food and water. We've talked a lot about that today, but what exactly do we mean by oh my gosh, what exactly do we mean by healthy food? When we're talking about our brain, we're aiming for antioxidant rich food. We're aiming for unprocessed foods that are low in added sugar. We want to avoid inflammation, and we want to drink plenty of water every single day. I really notice when I don't drink enough water. For me, carrying around a water bottle that's not too heavy and one that flips at the top and that I don't have to bring up to myself is really super important for me to drink enough water. So that has been super, super important for me to have maybe more than one that stays clean all the time. These are just little things, but they make a huge, huge difference for me personally to drink enough water. Key ingredients, nutrients to look for a balanced nervous system are omega-3s like fish and avocados, B12 like mushrooms and yogurt, and probiotics to support gut health, because serotonin is like 96% of serotonin is produced in our gut. Like Joan said, we want to stop eating 3 hours before bedtime so that we have plenty of time to digest and that we can use our sleeping time to rest and recover. We want to avoid alcohol completely if possible, and definitely in excess so that we don't tax our nervous systems. Morning sunlight is so important. I have found that it's so super important. 5 to 10 minutes of morning sunlight when we wake up, especially between the hours of 6 to 9 a.m. Is suggested, and it has made a huge, huge difference for me. Just that kind of sleep hygiene, waking up at that time, and also just getting that morning sunlight. If you can get outside, great. And if you can't get outside, just waking up, even just staying in bed and opening the blinds. It seems like that's a little thing, but doing it on a daily basis promotes your serotonin, and it also boosts your production of melatonin so that you can sleep better at night. And doing that on an everyday, daily basis is a habit that will just make you feel so much better. Peace and quiet. These seem like simple things, but making them a priority on a daily basis are a huge, huge help. How do we reinforce peace as our natural state of being? Through habits like movement, which we've talked about, social play, purposefully interacting with people that make us happy, and stillness practices, taking the time to rest on purpose. This might mean setting timers on social media, turning off our cell phones. This might mean taking a day off from work or taking a day away from children and friends. Movement, exercise is any physical activity that maintains or improves physical fitness as well as general health and wellness. We talked a lot about movement. Stillness. Meditation might be just like a crazy word to some people. I'm also a certified meditation guide, and I'm so surprised by so many people say I can't meditate, and meditation just might not be what you think it is. So many people think that they can't meditate because they just don't know what meditation is. They think that they have to empty their minds and be totally clear of thoughts. But and stillness can be so tricky for those of us who have dystonia. Some of us just cannot stay still or really have a hard time staying still. So instead of focusing on what is difficult about meditation, try to let your thoughts come and go. Try to let meditation be focusing on something specific. Focus on the flicker of a candle, or be open to guided meditations. You can find them on YouTube, or working with a meditation guide. Try sitting quietly and focusing maybe on a sound that you find pleasant, or just sitting and focusing on being held by the seat that you're sitting in or the bed that you're lying on. There is no wrong way to meditate. Just coming to the moment, and the fact that you are meditating is doing it correctly. Physical and emotional health. Physical wellness includes all facets of health that have to do with your body's physical components, your diet, your exercise, weight management, and more. For dystonia patients, this means having a medical team, your doctor's visits, physical therapies, supplemental therapies like massage, dietary supplements, and your emotional well-being. Don't be afraid to seek therapy and counseling. I am always telling everyone to go to therapy. It's a huge part of my life, and it can be a big part of managing dystonia symptoms. Social wellness, don't be afraid to say no to things that aren't good for you. Curate your social circle and curate your social media the same way you curate your social circle to have a positive impact on your life. A lot of people don't know about curating your social media, and social media can be stressful for a lot of people. Don't interact with content on social media that you don't want to see. So that means don't like things, don't comment on things, don't follow things that you don't want to see when you open an app like Facebook or Instagram or anything like that. A lot of people don't know that it won't show up if you don't interact with it. And so if social media is stressful for you, that's how to make it less stressful. Spiritual wellness can include having faith in a higher power, but it's not necessary to be connected to a particular religion, but spiritual wellness can have a profound impact on your overall well-being. And you can define that in any way that you choose. Managing your time can have a significant impact on stress management, and just remember that you cannot pour from an empty cup. So making yourself and your self-care a priority can mean managing your time, and it often means asking for help from the people who are close to you. And if you think that you can't ask the people close to you for help, oftentimes you will be surprised. And if you don't have people in your life that you can ask for help, then it would be good to ask the professionals in your life, like a doctor or a therapist. We have to often schedule rest if we don't have time in our life to rest, especially if we have children or busy jobs. Neurological balance exercises, those are by many different names, but those are a lot of the things that we've been doing today with Jamie. Yoga, and different things like what we talked about with the one of the first slides that I showed you in that wheel, checking in with ourselves. Where is our neurological, where is our neurological system? Where are we falling there? Are we feeling like we're in the ventral vagal system? Are we feeling warm, open, and loving, or are we feeling stressed? And then what can we do with our bodies to bring ourselves into balance? Do we need to move our bodies? Do we need to be still? And so we need to check in with ourselves, and how do we regulate our nervous system? How do we comfort ourselves so that we can bring ourselves back into balance? And I highly recommend any kind of tools that can help you bring yourself into balance, like finding meditation videos on YouTube, looking for like the Insight Timer is a very helpful tool, and the NeuroFit app has been helping me so much. The NeuroFit app gives you a reminder every single morning to check your heart rate variability through your finger on the camera. It also asks you every morning, did you go to sleep on time? It asks you, have you had enough water? It asks you, did you eat 3 hours before bed? It asks you, it gives you a lot of balancing exercises, and it checks in with you on all of these categories every single day to keep you accountable. So I find that very helpful. And then there's a QR code here. If you get your camera out and take a picture of it, it gives you 20% off of the NeuroFit app, and it also gives you a link to all of my links. So if you want to follow me on any social medias, that will take you directly to my little link tree. So it takes you to all of my contact information. It also takes you to my Amazon store. So it will take you to all of the supplements and PT tools that I personally use, which I've included a lot of things that Dr. Hogan and Joan have suggested to us over the years, as well as like different PT things that I use, like Theraguns and heat pads and things like that. And you can also like send me messages and stuff through there if you're interested. And if you missed it, then I'll share, just come up to me later and I'll share it with you. And I just want to finish by saying, keeping all these suggestions in mind, I urge you to be gentle and forgiving always, and remember that these habits are not rules. We should banish shoulds and expectations. Living well in each of our individual bodies means staying present with our nervous systems and listening to and loving ourselves without judgment. When we grant our bodies permission to live each moment however it does, even when it doesn't move as we plan, and allow for as much rest and stillness or movement as necessary, and go with the flow and view ourselves with patience that we would grant our children and loved ones, we can keep our nervous systems regulated and live our best lives with dystonia.
Thank you, Judy. No, it's Jason. Jason, okay, yeah, that's right.
I'm hooking him up.
Okay, next is an opportunity to, as you said, to let your voices be heard. We haven't had this opportunity, you know, to get to, that's what the medical world, the whole world knows exactly what, you know, what we're feeling and what we're going through. So Jason has developed this survey, he'll be talking.
Usually I like to hold the mic. It's kind of a sensory trick.
You want to handle?
You know, I think I'm gonna try it without.
Okay.
You know, there's my special guests. Hi. I last year I got Zoom bombed by a dog. So I don't know where the dog is. Where's the dog? Okay, no dog. Okay. It's a good dog. Okay. Let's see. So last year I came up and I just kind of talked about myself, and that's not like super productive. So one thing I came away with for my experience last year was that dystonia is very complicated, but we don't really have a way to create like visual data over how complicated it is. So I kind of set out with the goal to kind of, I don't even know how it came up, but I just was like, we need a survey. So I kind of collaborated with Sarah Verlande Azafeifa. She might be on Zoom. She lives in kind of the central part of the state. So anyway, how her and I came to collaborate is a story for a different time. But so I created this survey with Sarah as my collaborator. I kind of have the like bobblehead dystonia, and Sarah's like the like ninja has like the super kick, like snappy central nervous system dystonia. So I kind of had a lot of insight into like the cervical type of dystonias, And she like rounded out the survey with a knowledge of different treatments and had different questions that I wasn't thinking of. And so I think together we kind of have a more rounded out picture. So, okay, let's see here. So why did we do this? It hasn't been done before, as far as we can tell. No one has gone and asked questions that people with dystonia would know to ask. So we did this because it's complex, and I think a lot of people have a lot of anecdotal evidence that it's complex, but being able to like get hard numbers and actually see visually how complex it is hopefully something that's new at some point for somebody to really like jump on and use. We felt that we could ask questions that other not people without dystonia would not necessarily know to ask, because experiencing it is we that have it experience it firsthand, and therefore we are going to have a lot different kind of insight as to what to ask about. And then I think the real main reason for this is kind of future lobbying or studies, because there's some things about having dystonia that people need to know about who can make a difference. So okay, and we're not just random people kind of like writing a survey. We had some we had 4 axes of survey questions. That's not axes. We're not running around with axes chopping stuff. That's axes, plural for axis. So we want to know about diagnosis, because that Sarah and I really have insight that the journey of getting a diagnosis is pretty atrocious. And what I heard from everyone here last year was that, hey, it's not abnormal to have to go see 32 is too big, like 5 or 6 doctors. It's not abnormal to take decades to get a diagnosis. And you'll see in a minute, but it's also not abnormal to not have a regular doctor say, hey, you might have dystonia. But that's one of my interesting findings. So, I'll get to that in a minute. We want to talk about treatment and kind of the intersection of dystonia and adjacent conditions. Right after I gave my presentation last year, I went home and promptly had a massive migraine. So that, it's an adjacent condition. So, and then adjacent conditions that was another axis. What kind of treatments do people get for the adjacent conditions, and what adjacent conditions are experienced most frequently? And then finally, like social dynamics, how dystonia affects us socially and our overall quality of life. So it's like the 4 main categories of questions that are in the survey. Okay, and then some quick notes. Before today, the sample size was pretty small. So hopefully after today, you guys all take the survey and the sample size gets bigger. And then some of the questions should be viewed in the if you haven't taken the survey yet, or if you're like halfway through it and you haven't finished yet, so some of these questions might seem kind of weird, like like, have you had a diagnosis? Of course, most of you are here probably through Dr. Hogan and are receiving treatment and have a diagnosis, but out in the wild, hopefully the survey gets beyond this small, this small location and gets kind of out into the wild, and that so some of the people might not have their diagnosis yet, or they might not be receiving treatment yet. So kind of keeping in mind that the survey might go beyond just this small area that it's so far centered in. And then finally, my apologies to folks that have writer's cramp dystonia, because I noticed that they really only needed to answer like 2 of the questions, and then they had to wade through all the rest of the questions. But then maybe it's a chance for them to see what other people with dystonia are dealing with. So, yeah, writer's cramp people, please take the survey. I apologize for how many extra questions you have to go through. Okay. Now, first thing that we can see from the data is that dystonia is quite diverse. Lots of different avenues and pathways that the extra electricity that our brains are generating goes through to escape. So we can see that 3 people had central nervous system dystonia. I have a hard time pronouncing what is under B, but I believe that's like the eye, extra eye movement dystonia, cervical dystonia. I have 4 writer's cramp folks. Sorry, writer's cramp folks. Focal dystonia, orofacial dyskinesia, tardive dyskinesia, dystonia due to Parkinson's, and then others not listed. That's a lot of others not listed. I didn't realize there was that many. Anyway, this was a question that multiple people could answer multiple different kinds of dystonia. So you can't necessarily say that one person only has central nervous system dystonia. They might have other dystonia pathways as well. And then of course, most of the people are coming from Dr. Hogan's clinic so far. So it skews overly highly towards the cervical dystonia, because most of the people are getting treated at Dr. Hogan's clinic for cervical dystonia. Dystonia adjacent conditions are also diverse. You see that there's a lot of people, I should have a pointer. There's a lot of people with migraines, which is one of my favorite dystonia adjacent conditions. A lot of pain, a lot of generalized pain in the body, vision problems, mobility, loss of balance, chemical sensitivity, loss of voice, difficulty performing. What was that? I'd have to dig up to find that, some of these longer questions. So anyway, as you can see though, it's a lot of different adjacent conditions that people are dealing with aside from dystonia alone. As we've been talking about, the dystonia is not singular. There's a lot of sensory inputs and sensory outputs. And you can kind of see that in the adjacent conditions experienced. Okay, treatments are diverse. So of course, we're skewing heavily towards the toxin injections, because most of the folks who have answered the survey are coming from Dr. Hogan's clinic. So of course they're receiving toxin injections at the clinic. Again, someday I hope this is kind of a more widely circulated survey, and I'm sure other parts of this will come up in the future, and probably toxin injections will go down, but right now it's skewing heavily towards the toxin injections. And then, what diagnostics are people using for dystonia? This is kind of interesting because, when I had my official diagnosis, I had an MRI, and that was confirming to the previous unconfirmed diagnosis. And this is where I really thank Sarah, because Sarah did a drug trial of levodopa as one of her diagnosing, and then a combination of symptoms. I wouldn't have even known that those were ways of diagnosing dystonia if not for Sarah. So big appreciation to Sarah and her contribution to this. Let's see. Okay. So we see that it's diverse, but what can we get as far as like what to do? What can we do to make our lives better and make it better for people that are not diagnosed? And this question alone is probably the first and single most important question that I felt like I wanted to ask in the survey. And that is, so the question was, thinking back to when you first learned that your uncontrolled movement condition was dystonia, which type of medical professional was the first to declare that you had dystonia? My journey was, I had known that there was something neurologically divergent about myself since I was about 9 years old. And then, suffered through a lot of speech therapy and a lot of pediatric doctors saying, oh, I don't know what it is, so you'll grow out of it or something like that. And suffering through the, running through the halls to not get name called or actually physically like beat up and stuff like that. Before I finally learned that there was a name for what I had, but it was a chiropractor that said, hey, I think you have this thing called dystonia. And I found that many people here also have a similar experience. So we see in this result that usually the frontline doctor that somebody should be having say, hey, you might have this thing called dystonia, would probably be like a family or general practitioner doctor. And only 10% of respondents are saying that they have general practitioner or family doctors saying, hey, you might have dystonia. And the rest are other kinds of doctors. Some people get to see that specialist right away. A lot of times it's a chiropractor, 20% of the time it's a chiropractor or physical therapist. And only 1 out of 10 is a family practitioner doctor. But that gets a little worse. So here we have 1 out of 10 cases is a diagnosis from a family practitioner. But I have one anecdote of a person who filled out the survey, and they said that their diagnosis was from a general practitioner doctor, but that was the 10th person that they had seen for dystonia. Their symptoms had started at age 5. They did not receive their dystonia diagnosis until they were 45. And that was after seeing like 8 or 9 doctors. So this seems like kind of a problem to me. It's what I experienced. It's what pretty much like everyone has experienced. So I think the first thing that we could probably say from this survey is that general practitioner doctors maybe need to be a little more aware of dystonia. Maybe be able to like get you in to see a neurologist first, instead of making you go to 7 other doctors and have a nutritionist be the one that says, hey, you have something called dystonia. Like, this seems wrong to me. It could be the fact that we're in a country that maybe doesn't value medical care as much as it should, but all that aside, seems like a tiny bit more education for general practitioner doctors could be useful. What do you guys think? And then how many medical professionals do we need to see to get? It seems to me like it should be 2, right? Yeah. And yet, luckily, there's a lucky 50% that only see 1 to 3 doctors. Woo! Good job. Then the rest of us, 45% of us, have to see 4 or more medical professionals before somebody says, you have dystonia. Like, it's not good. It's not fun. It's not like, we're dealing, and obviously we see that dystonia is not just one thing, it's a lot of things, and we're having to go through a lot to be able to say that we have this thing called dystonia. What else does that entail? I don't know. Okay. That's the question right there. What can be done to make the diagnosis process faster and less difficult? What can we do? Let's do something. Let's do something. We have evidence now. We have some visual data to back that up. Okay. So this is another question. Do I have time? Keep going. Okay. Okay. Have you been verbally abused, made fun of, bullied, physically harmed, or otherwise suffered emotional trauma because of dystonia? Is one question. So at first, when I started receiving surveys and looking at them, it looked like there was the number for people who said that they had suffered from verbal emotional trauma was exactly the same as the number of people who said that they had early onset dystonia. So I kind of thought at first, like, hey, so that makes sense that youths with dystonia are getting made fun of or bullied. But after I got a few more surveys, I decided to kind of dive into the data a little more like granularly. It's like going and look at each person's survey. So what I discovered was that it was not the young people who had early onset dystonia who were saying that they had been suffered emotional trauma because of dystonia. That was only 4 respondents. So 6 of the respondents who reported suffering emotional trauma were in fact people who responded that they were 31 or older when their dystonia onset started. So that was kind of surprising for me to discover that. I think obviously my own experience probably shades me towards thinking, hey, it's a bunch of kids and they're getting made fun of and bullied, but actually it turns out that it's more adults who are reporting that they're suffering emotional trauma because of dystonia. So that seems kind of important to me. So 20% of people said yes. And 60% of those people were adults aged 31 to, I believe, age 60 was my cutoff. So adults, if you're suffering emotional trauma due to, and that obviously I'm saying that includes like bullying, physical assaultive behavior, anything like that that's emotionally traumatizing. Talk to someone about it. Don't let it fester. There's organizations that can hook you up with a support group. I listed a couple up here, the Dystonia Foundation and the Spasmodic Torculitis Association are a couple of examples. And please scan the QR code there, or it's on your table probably, to take the survey. Oh yeah, there was a few tables up front that never got it. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, on Zoom. If you're on Zoom, thank you, Dr. Hogan. If you're on Zoom, you can click on the QR code and open up the survey and take the survey. All right. I forgot to tell my dystonia joke at the beginning, so I'll tell it now. What do you tell a person when they ask you what it's like to have dystonia? It's a real pain in the neck.
That's great. I think, I really, like Jason's saying, I think we should try to get that survey out to all the different support groups. For Martha that's listening, if we can get it into her support group, into the Sony Foundation, I think it's something that we can get a huge amount of information that hasn't really been gathered before, that will make a big difference for all of us in getting, you know, physicians trained, to get people out there to understand exactly what this condition is.
Getting tired. It's better if you use this.
They mentioned on Zoom that they wanted to people to have the contacts up there again for people to connect with all of our great presenters.
I noticed in the survey that there was only one person taking adaptogens. So I brought a big pile of single serving lion's mane mushrooms, and they're in the back. So please feel free to put some in your coffee or take a handful home with you to try. I take them every day and they are awesome.
Thank you. Joan talked about it last year, but they're helpful for it.
There's no S.
Oh, there's no way. No, yes, yeah. Thank you. Maybe I can't do it on the fly here. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. All the rest of them are in the line movement. Oh, it's in the. Michelle, is that correct? Huh?
The extra hour in my day.
Oh, yeah, we fixed it earlier, it's not get saved. There we go. Cool. Okay, good.
You're not speaking like you're supposed to be.
There you go. Good here. Thank you.
And my email address is Rob.Belly.
Oh, physio. Okay. It didn't see that we did earlier, so I just I made it up. I'm glad I was meant to ask you. Yeah. Oh, that's the wrong one. Ah, this is beyond, that is we got, right? And her is. Right?
Yeah.
That's great, good, okay, good. All right, so yeah, remember, yeah, take a screenshot of that for people at home or here, copy things down. It's amazing amount of information that each one of these gifted practitioners have provided for us today. You know, before people leave, I think we should give everybody another big hand for their great work. I hope people on Zoom are clapping right now too, please. So we have some time for a little bit of question and answers before we do our dance program. Let's see, if you have questions or anything you want to bring up, there's only a couple here, but we can. Was there some online that you?
More in the chat.
Oh, you know, maybe this is maybe this is something that you probably could just even ask. You know, they could ask you online. They were asking about for Dr. Fry's costs and the and you know, whether insurance is covering and so forth. And do you want to just address that? Okay.
Sure, yeah.
Would you come up?
So Dr. Farias's program, I think it's about $35 US a month. So it's a subscription program. And there's no insurance coverage for the subscription or for any of the professional visits. So
How do they handle the special, like you do one of the other practitioners? How do they handle that?
yeah.
Do you go through him or do you go through?
Oh, yeah, to book an appointment on the virtual clinic, it's all online, so you book online an appointment with one of us and then pay at the time of booking, and then you have the appointment, so.
Yeah. Everybody else with it?
Similarly, I have an online practice, so I'm happy to connect virtually, chat with you. How can I help? How neuro rehab program can be tailored to your needs? So reach me at info@beyondrehab.health. Thank you.
I don't know if you can answer this, is a complicated question. And Jason, when the person asked if we sent a survey to the Dystonia Research Foundation, we should do that now that we've got good sampling. We should send it out to them.
Yeah,
And see if they can distribute to their readership.
yeah.
Yeah.
So the question is, what hertz frequencies are best for brain stimulation, relaxation, activation? different parts of the nervous system. Generally for relaxation, lower frequency, lower hertz are more stimulating. Like if you're doing a low hum in your body, that'll stimulate the vagus nerve. Or if you're listening to bass music, that's going to stimulate the vagus nerve. Actually, I just listened to a really great podcast where an FBI hostage negotiator was being interviewed about his techniques. And he talked about the late night FM DJ voice. If you're in a difficult conversation, you just start using your late night FM DJ voice, and it triggers everybody's vagus nerve, yourself and your other person you're talking to, and it brings everybody down. So yeah, that's what that would be, lower frequencies, and so higher frequencies would be more stimulating, overwhelming.
And John, you have something to push about that. Too much, but they can't live with it.
Oh, the four sigmatic. The four sigmatic is made from mushrooms, and it does have a little bit of caffeine in it, but it is sort of an adaptogen. And I just would be careful not to take it at bedtime because it could be a little bit of a stimulant, but it's supposed to help with brain and thinking, and I think it's made from what's the name of the mushroom?
Lion, well, that one's four sigmatic, it's just lion's mane and rhodiola.
Lion's mane, and rhodiola, but it has a little bit of caffeine in it, I think.
That one does.
Oh, it does.
There is a four sigmatic coffee that has caffeine in it, but that one does.
Okay, but there's one like that with lion's mane that has caffeine.
Yeah, they have
Okay.
it, they have it.
Oh, okay, I guess I didn't
That
know
was just
that.
lion's mane and rhodiola.
Okay, okay.
What is it that?
Okay, adaptogens, that's a whole lecture. But adaptogens are made from plants, and they're meant to work in adapting to your body rhythms. So it isn't like a sedative where it really totally relaxes you, but it kind of takes the edge off whatever time of day. In the morning, it tends to give more energy, and in the evening, it tends to adapt to more of a calming effect. Especially rhodiola. Rhodiola is well known for that. Lion's mane tends to be more of an adaptogen for our thinking and activating our brains a little bit more. But neither one are stimulants, so don't expect a high like caffeine. Okay.
And there was just a question about, you know, what do we do when people have comorbidities, you know? Because very often one practitioner is not going to handle the entire spectrum of dystonia, because people, as you know, have a higher rate of migraine, and then have a higher rate of migraine than the general population of people with dystonia. And so, for instance, in our clinic, we have 2 people that are just specialized just in migraine. So it's you have to kind of diversify. Someone asked about what do you do about if people have comorbid bipolar disorders or fibromyalgia. There's some great practitioners out there that we have to kind of bring the whole team together. So it's an important part of the program because, as we said much earlier, is that this is a network disorder in the brain. It's not just one problem, just the muscles. You know, it's the whole body situation, and we have to bring all our medical professionals together. So, was there any other questions? I think there was some other questions that might have been on the Zoom calls, but it may be a little easier. We can't really see them right now. So if people have questions on Zoom, be sure to reach out to one of us if you have questions, and we'll answer them online. And if there's some really good ones, we can pass it out to everybody. That's nice, but that's nice thing about being on the email blast list, so we can send messages out and everybody will get it. Okay, so next we're going to, we're probably gonna move some of our equipment, and Rob should be here in a moment, and we can have another movement of dance. Dance intertwines. We've had a dance for Dystonia program for many years in the past, because the dance intertwines so many different aspects of therapy. We have the interaction with someone you're dancing with. You have multiple movements going into lateral movements that just so many exercises just go forward and backwards. We have exercises like Daniel's doing that we're going lateral movements. We have the music, which is really an important part of therapy, and for many people, and laughter, and positivity, that all comes together in the one exercise of dance. So hopefully Rob will be here any second. In the meantime, we need to dance floor. So what we're going to do is we're going to move some of their equipment. Mark, we can do that. We're probably going to move some of this equipment here. If we can arrange for those dance motions.
Should I bring this screen up?
We're
done with it?
Is that over?
And they can watch the dance too. Yes, I think we had enough time for people. For people look at the contact points, so that we can leave it up. We can take it. Yeah, I know you were. I know. I figured it. I can't say that. Really. Well, good. Yeah. So, oh yeah. And they can watch. Let's move. We probably want to get this group here. Right? Did you want to attach your? Can we amplify the music, or do you want?
Oh yeah, I'm not sure. He had. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Gail's already. Betty here.
I'm sorry, I left.
Very well. Or hands on top.
I did something to golf up under my desk. I'm like, are they dolphins to bring Puget sound for me? That's too loud. So it's good to find me. I hear back. Yeah. And it's yeah. I met you before. Do you remember me? You're from the UK, right? And you live in yeah, I just He's working on this. It's funny, I'm like, dude, yeah, you know? Just fucking smart. Dude, so we're all like me. So I know it's. Yeah, no, I can tell you. But sometimes he says y'all like, but because he was adopted, that's why I'm like, dude, but I'm saying no, I'm saying. So I was out. I'm still practicing some things. But I just moved recently to Western Washington, Houston, and Iceland is not diverse. I not like. So then we'll
No, it's probably too late. I think we're gonna start now anyway. I guess it's too late. We're gonna start now anyway.
Yeah, but it is good for you to know. Okay.
All right, who's ready to answer?
Come on in.
Come on down.
This is movement therapy.
There's a usual suspect. Or unusual suspect, and unusual. Yeah. Come on up this way, we got plenty of room. She's already dancing. All right. You guys stay warm in here? Seems like it's cold. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, should we do some jumping jacks and push ups to warm up? Okay. Okay, come on, Corbin's here. Come on, Corbin, it's okay. I won't fight too hard. Thought we'd work on some run up today. Yeah, I think we just both last time. Yeah, so we're gonna work on some runs today. And what is rumble known as? Anybody know? Nobody really cares. That's okay. I've had something about it. Okay, come on, here. Everybody come on up, PVC. And we're all gonna do one part, and then we'll break it up. So we're gonna start side on the left side. Bring your feet together, change weight, and small step forward on the left. We're halfway home. Side on the right, bring your feet together and change weight. Small step back. And then we start all over. Side on the left, together, forward. Side on the right, together, back. Now can you do it with your hands in the air? Okay, good. We don't have to do that. Okay, left foot in, side, together, forwards, side, together, back, side, together, forwards, side, together, back. Rhythm, quick, quick, slow, quick, quick, slow, quick, quick, slow, quick, slow. All right. Okay, let's start with a little bit of music here. So my rhythm, yeah. Quick, slow, quick, slow, yeah, okay, when did it start with the start? Left, ready, and quick, slow, quick, slow. Quick, left, the right, quick, slow, quick, slow, quick, slow. Teacher party. Slow. Hey, that's all I know. In 40 years, that's all they taught me. So that's quick, but we can do more than that. So let's have, you all are gonna be my partner. You all y'all, gonna be my partner. So instead of starting with the left foot, we can start with the right foot. So we started, I know. So we're gonna start side together back. Ready, and side together back, side together forwards. Quick, slow. Quick, slow. Quick, slow. Quick, slow. We're doing the same one. Yeah, see, we just started there, or we can start there. Usually leads start with their left foot and start with their right foot. That's it. Yeah, I was getting those confused. Slow, quick, slow, quick, slow, quick. So who wants to be a lead? Leads over here. Come on this side. There you are. You're gonna be the lead. You don't even need a side, you can be. So if you have a partner, where you go. So with a partner, 2 hands. Is that your partner? Yeah. Grab him quick. Yeah. 220. There we go. That's okay. You got it. No, this foot. Who's this? Mr. Ed, you know Mr. Ed? You do? Okay, so Lee, you're gonna start with the left foot, follows with the right. Ready, and side together, step, side together, step. Quick, slow it down, it's hard. Quick, slow, quick, slow, come on up here. Come on over here, see, come on over here. Come on over. It's a little bit easier to get to see my feet. He's not going for it. Yeah. Let's try some music here. Slow. Quick, slow. All right. Quick, No, that's great. Oh, he's taking notes, don't worry. Don't stop. Keep it going. Okay, ready, here, side, together. Now, both sides. Yeah. There you go. Keep waiting, no, you got it. There you go. Good. So good. That's okay. So you, sure, so that's everybody together. Just wait to do it. Move that off the floor. Right. Wait, that off the floor. There you go. I think it might be. All right. Okay, for the people who remaining, we're gonna do that same box, We're gonna do the box. Quick, slow, quick, slow. The only change will be as we set back on our right foot, our left arm is gonna go up. I know. We're gonna keep the box going though. Quick, slow. And as we step back on that right foot, we're gonna lower that one. And the lady's gonna be doing it. It's gonna be spinning. Okay? Like a corkscrew. No, we're not gonna make this spin. Unless you spin on your head. Okay, so for the leads here, left foot, quick, slow, left arm up, quick, slow, left arm down. One more time, how'd that go? Follow, make sure to watch those leads, make sure they're raising the correct arm, otherwise you're gonna end up like that. That's not a good look. Red and quick, slow. Arm goes up, quick, slow. Arm goes down. Excellent, good. Lady or follow. This is the magic number. 5 + 1 is 6. You get that many steps to go around. Not 5, not 7. Because I see all sorts of craziness. Marty's gonna tell. You've been the craziness. Okay, so for the follows, and start with the right foot, and quick, slow. Arm goes up. How many steps do you get to go around? Okay, let's start. 1. So you're the girl. This is the girl. This is the follow. Yep. So 6 steps around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And back to the bottom.
Oh my God,
Yeah, headache already. Holy moly. Okay, start again. Just one turn, just a walk for a moment here. So you're here, the lead raises your right arm, you go 1, 2, 3, halfway around, 4, 5, 6, the other half, quick, quick, slow. So you get plenty of time to make it around. Okay, ready, and quick, quick, slow. Arm goes up, quick, quick, slow, quick, quick. I love it. I love it. Okay. Carol is so good. Yeah, she can follow great. So I'm the guy, it's the girl. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at that, almost perfection. Yeah. Okay, let's do the lead, let's do the follows one more time. Ready? The follows, the girls. Ready? And quick, quick, slow. Right arm goes up. Quick, quick, slow. Quick, quick, slow. Bottom, quick, quick. Grab a partner, quick. I know. You're not afraid. There we go. So just one note as the ladies are going around. One note, look at my hand and fingertips as she's going around. So we don't want to be gripping with the human claw. Okay? Yeah, no grip. Okay, let's try it. Ready? Go. Ready? And quick, quick, slow. Left arm goes up to the leads. Quick, quick. 4, 5, 6. All right, we got it. Yeah. Did it work? Did it work? Did she make the right arm? She did. Without David, she's kind of lost. Yeah. So, ladies, as you go around, you're going to stay in front of your partner. There. We're not going to loop around behind. Ha! Yeah. We can do that. We're just not doing that yet. Okay, so you're going to stay right in front of your partner. So ladies, you can be able to keep both eyes on. Okay? Give it a try. Ready, ready, and side together. Step. Left arm up to the lead. Quick, quick, slow. Quick, quick, slow. Quick, quick, slow. All right, good practice. Music. Okay. Welcome here. Ready, and quick, quick, slow. Arm goes up. Down. If you're going under, you are going under the wrong. You will be. That puts the lead that on. If you need, oh, the 214, make sure, all on red, air, green, that one will not. And on road, and perfect. Okay, right. There you go. I can see. Is it working? So if you look at it more. Okay, let's do one more here. This is an easy one, but again, like half saying or Dr. Hogan saying about on side to side, forward to back, rotating. So we have our box here, quick, slow, quick. So and we can also, instead of going forward and backwards, we can just go to the side. Here we go. Side together, side. Quick, slow. Quick, slow. Quick, and then to the box, side together, step, side together, step. So we do 2 and 2, okay? We do 2 boxes first, quick, slow. One more box. And now go to the side, side together, side, quick, slow. And now to the box. Slow. So we do that with the left foot. Can we do it with the right foot? Let's give it a try. And so start with right and side together, back, side together, quick, slow, and then to the side. Quick, slow, slow, quick, slow. Then to the box. Quick, slow. Quick, slow. So it doesn't matter where you start the box, whether you start the side on the right, we just start to the back. If we start with the left, we start with the forward. But it all works out. So it doesn't matter which way you start. In general, when we start with the left foot, start with the right. In general, unless you're a private, then you might do something else. General, private, sergeant, sorry. Still early in the day. Yeah. Okay, so let's grab a partner. So as we answer, we're just moving this to our 2 boxes. Ready and quick, slow, quick, slow. One more box. Now go to the side. Side together, side of the way, quick, slow. One more in each direction. Now we're back to the start, side on the left. Just like that. Excellent. Yeah, I got it. Then you count it down, you straight line, and you count it down to see what you're really saying. Yeah. Okay. One more block. And if you don't know your left from your right, one down. Yeah. For the side, right. Have it side. Oh, I think you got your back there. That box. Are you leading or following? I can't tell. No, you're not. Arm goes up. Oh. Oh. Yeah. That's. So how do we know when to go side or do the underarm turn? When do we know to do that? Whenever we want, we're the leaders.
Bye,
Yeah.
everybody.
So
Thank you.